hedge fund called Kramer Berkowitz. That's the same Jim Cramer from Mad Money. He's a really, really smart dude, believe it or not. He's a pretty terrible investor, you're right, but he's like a really genius money manager and trader. And I think a lot of people don't know the real Jim. He was a Harvard and Harvard Law guy, so he's like obviously not an idiot. And but watching him manage money, like he was really, really passionate about not losing money, which is kind of one of the main things a trader has to learn to do. So anyway, after that, that was like kind of a really fast money type of hedge fund where like we would turn over positions every day. And then I worked at a big tiger cub called Intrepid. So Tiger is obviously, kind of one of the 5 families of hedge funds. It was one of the original big hedge funds. And now the current incarceration, did I really say that? The current form of Tiger is this firm run by Chase Coleman, who's did an amazing job for a really long time, and now is obviously sort of suffering from some of the tech bubble imploding. I don't have any comment on that, but the original Tiger was run by a guy named Julian Robertson, who is sort of one of the fathers of the modern hedge fund. And when Julian gave up running money in 2000, partially because he was shorting all the tech stocks and that trade went against him, he shut down his hedge fund and kind of did family office. And then all those hedge funds that broke off from that are collectively known as the Tiger Cubs. So I worked at one of the Tiger Cubs. There were a ton of other Tiger Cubs, like Lone Pine, or Co2 is another famous Tiger Cub that now has also kind of carried the mantle of technology investing. So anyway, I worked at one of those and did that for a few years. And then I started my own hedge fund, which was a mistake. It didn't succeed. Again, I was in too much of a rush and didn't really understand what I needed to understand. So again, sometimes ambition is a really big double-edged sword. That's all I'll say for now.
All right, thank you, High School Groyper. We'll invite the next person to speak. Doge, please proceed. Doge, did you still have a question?
Yeah. How's it going, Martin? Pleasure to talk to you. I'm Tunes. I'm like a crypto Twitter kind of just whatever, just crypto Twitter guy. Glad to see that you're really embracing Web3. It was interesting to me to hear you talking about how you were like shorting tech stocks back in kind of like the tech boom. So I'm just curious. Are there any like?
Well, it was a boom. There was a boom and a
yeah,
bust.
no, I meant the bust. That's kind of what sorry. I meant like, you're just...
kind of through both, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm just curious, like, have you like spent much time kind of like looking out like the whole crypto ecosystem and seeing if there are like individual coins that like you kind of find favorable? Not like asking for like any sort of investment advice, but I'm just curious, like, it's like all these different ecosystems like Ethereum, Solana, Avalanche, BNB, or like, just anything that catches your eye. I'd be really curious to know.
Yeah. So I spent basically all the last, I don't know, my entire jail sentence basically studying the field. The first 2 years were a lot easier. I had all these contraband cell phones. The last 2 years I was at this very strict prison that cell phones are really difficult to sort of procure. One person offered me a cell phone a few weeks ago, actually, when I was in prison, for $14,000, which is an absurd price for a cell phone in prison. Yeah. But in any event, like, even with the prison email system and the mail system and the phone system, the regular phone system, I swallowed up everything I could on crypto, or whatever you want to call this field. I hate the word crypto. I think it's like kind of silly. Obviously, cryptography plays an important part in some of these technologies, but in fact, it's sort of an enabling part. But I still think it's sort of a bit of a misnomer.
It's very to the term mining, when people think that you're literally mining for gold or something like that. That's what I've encountered in my work.
Yeah, and once you sort of get to proof of stake, the whole idea that this is crypto is not even there. Can you mute for a second? We're getting a little feedback. Thanks. So Yeah, so in terms of specific coins, like I think I said, I have a blog actually. I don't think anyone knows, but it's martinshkreli.com, and it was all my stuff from prison, but I'm gonna keep writing now that I'm out. But yeah, so I think the utility tokens are really good ideas. Like, but like I was sort of saying earlier, like not everything needs to be cryptofied. Like, I think a lot of this stuff is just plain old software. Like, if you look at StepN or some of these other tokens, like there just doesn't need to be a token, a standalone token that trades. It really doesn't make any sense. It's just sort of attaching a monetization mechanism that is sort of silly, and that's why you see a lot of these things crash. And I'm not saying StepN is going to crash. I think it's really cool, but like you can do a lot of this stuff without the token. And so I think the only use cases for tokens are things like Filecoin maybe, or Arweave, or things like that, Golem, anything like ICE, or any of the sort of smart contract protocols. Those make a lot of sense, because you sort of are using a market mechanism to sort of value a compute function or a store function, and those are fundamental to sort of computational, activity. Or I don't know, sometimes like you need a market-based mechanism to sort of price um, the utility of something that's not computational, like a rating or some other sort of procured service. So I think every time you step outside of that and you like attach a token to something arbitrarily, you're looking at something that's going to ultimately implode. It may work, in the short run, especially as kind of like this tulip bulb sort of phenomenon brings the price of something up, but ultimately it'll fail. One of the things I'm thinking about doing, and while I have a little audience here, I'm sort of reluctant to maybe share it because it's sort of a private idea. I've talked with a few people about it, like Crypto Cobain and a couple other dudes. But I was thinking about writing a book and sort of making it sort of an NFT. I don't think anyone's really sort of um, innovated on the idea of books. We have sort of ebooks. That's one sort of small innovation, but taking books in their old form, like the written paper form, basically, and bringing them into, like, I hate to call it books three, but like it seems kind of catchy. Or just sort of new sort of way to write. Basically, you can have a personalized book. You could autograph every book. You could have new addendums to the book, or have something that's sort of like constantly being edited, almost like a Wikipedia. Basically, I think a lot of authors do a terrible job of writing the same book every year. Like I think Hillary Clinton, not to pick on anyone specifically, um, but like someone like a Hillary Clinton, or maybe even a any other politician, they sort of write books, the same book every year. Like how many memoirs has Henry Kissinger wrote, or something like that, where they're basically just trying to sort of collect money every year for the same thing, or they're earnest and they're just trying to update old chapters in essence in new form, and it's kind of tedious. Like I was reading Isaacson's biography or whatever account of the CRISPR stories, the Codebreaker, about Jennifer Doudna and her amazing innovation in CRISPR, and it was really painful to read because like you had all of these sort of references and things like that, and I felt like it'd be great to make sort of a living book that could really sort of continue to grow, but still was a long form sort of work, as opposed to like you might say like, why can't something be like that be a Medium article or something like that? But to take the current instantiation of, like, to say any book that you might like that's nonfiction, and actually have it like up to date, and like books could be like version numbers, basically, like, oh, this is like, for example, if I called my memoir um you know uh Pharma Bro, you would get Pharma Bro 1.0, but as we continue to sort of update the book, it could be Farmer Bro 1.1, 1.2 for minor changes, and then years pass and I sort of reflect on whatever happened to me in the past. It could be 2.0 version of the book. So there's an example of kind of like, I don't know, a neat idea I had to sort of come out with a book. Which again, books are like a field that really need to be democratized. My ex-girlfriend is this lady, Christy Smythe, who famously, or somewhat famously, or infamously, fell in love with me during prison and left her husband, and all this stuff that is not exactly true, and sort of was created just to sort of, I don't know, stir up a buzz. But in any event, she pitched a book about me to all these publishers, and they all turned her down. And it wasn't because the book would sell. Obviously, I think it would sell. It was because she wanted to portray a balanced, sort of nuanced portrait of me. And they all said, we won't support a book like that. We want to support a book that slays this guy. And she said, I'm not going to do that. And they said, you're not getting a book deal. And basically, there are four big book publishers. I think there might be three now. And so, NFTs would be a way to democratize that. Like, if you don't have an agent and you don't know people, you can't get your book, deal. And if you see what NFTs are doing to art, I'm not a huge art guy, but I guess people complain about the gallery mechanism and how, NFTs allow people, artists especially, to sort of produce art and sort of circumvent and eliminate all the gatekeepers. I think we need to do that with books as well. But again, long story, and I'm talking too much, so we can go to the next question.
All right,
Thank you so much. Thanks,
thank you,
brother.
Doge. So the next person that we're going to move to here is Frank Castle. Frank Castle is on the stage. Please proceed.
Hello, Martin. How's it going?
Great.
What have you been up to?
Reintegrating to society.
How's that going?
Wonderful.
Hell yeah, dude. I didn't really expect to be able to talk, so I'm not sure I really have anything to talk about at the moment.
That's fine. You can just hang out, I guess.
Okay.
Or we can go to somebody else.
All right, Frank, do you have a sort of a more substantive question, or you just want to kind of chill in the chat?
I'm just gonna hang out.
All right.
I have a friend AF. Maybe invite my friend AF.
So Mr. Frank Castle of internet fame, now AF, is that what you said?
Yes.
The next person on the list, I will invite them in a second, but the next person on the list is a member of the cult of the Winklevi, you could say, Mr. Marshall Bird of Gemini. Marshall, please proceed.
Hey, Martin. I just have a question. One day out of jail, how did you find yourself finding network spirituality with a Milady Maker PFP?
Great question. I don't know what a milady is, and I think it's pretty ugly, to be frank. But again, it's sort of really cool to sort of get, or again, I think the aesthetic, I don't know, the aesthetic properties of the milady are very wanting, I should say. Like, it's for me to insult anybody's art, but I really don't find it to be unique or interesting. But I think it's really amazing to have people come together and enjoy a meme and enjoy this 10K project. And as ugly as I might think it is, it's sort of fun. It's almost so ugly it's cool. I think it's so atrociously hideous. It's almost I think there was a project like that with a recent was it crypto what was it Pokemon. It was some Pokemon derivative. Pixelmon, yeah, Pixelmon. There was Kevin from Pixelmon, I think. So there was a similar sort of dynamic where maybe these things are so ugly they'll be valuable, but I don't know. It was just cool to sort of jump on Twitter and somebody threw me thank you, whoever it was. I think it was one of the guys here who threw me Milady, and I'm sure this thing will be completely worthless very soon, but it's sort of fun to sort of participate in it. And I don't know, just it's good to have it just to learn, I guess, but also watching how the community behaves and sort of studies this stuff and becomes enamored with it, and then possibly less enamored with it over time. And all of those things are really fascinating to watch, and I've really enjoyed it.
All right, thank you, Marshall. I guess at the request of one of the other speakers, Alex, we're gonna let up his friend here, AF, and see how that goes. AF, you're on the stage. Please proceed. AF, did you have a question?
Hey Martin, how's it going? You're a bit more formal than the old hangout days, I noticed.
Formal than what?
And then the hangout days, you used to stream, we used to have uh, lots of candid conversations. It used to be pretty chill.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think I've changed that much, but we're not being really silly and fun in here. We're kind of
Yeah,
being yeah.
of course.
So I can still be a troll and still be a crazy person. Don't worry.
Good to have you back, brother. I did have a slightly sort of um, contrarian question for you because I'm not really of the NFT world. I've had experiences with them. I've had, very sort of intimate chats with these people. And to me, it feels like the whole NFT thing so far, it just seems to me like a pyramid scheme, really. I don't see much value in the art that they sell. It seems to be something that just gets, exponentially more gruesome by the stage.
Yeah, I mean that's not an unfair criticism at all, and it's not like I've come here saying that I'm like the biggest fan of NFTs in the world. But I will say this: if you look at art history, and I'm no art historian by the way, but I know a little bit about art and collected some art. You can say the same thing about various modern art, right? You can, I mean, look at Rothko. Like a lot of people look at Rothko and say, "I'm sorry, why is this a $26 million painting?" And whether you get it or not, that's kind of part of art is you know the time and place. Like even Picasso was kind of ridiculed until people figured out that this was actually a really important change in the way art was made. And so I don't know. Like I think whether art will be valuable is a question that people asked for hundreds of years or maybe thousands of years. And I don't know if people look at Bored Apes 100 years from now and say these people were crazy, or they might look at them and say this was a seminal point in time when you know things were happening on the internet and in culture where people came together and wanted to sort of change the way society was organized. And I think that, I mean, I hate to say that that's what's happening right now. Bitcoin and DAOs, and if you read some of my silly predictions on my little blog, martinshkreli.com, I said something crazy like, well, I think that you know, in 50 years, an AI will actually run a major country in the world, which sounds like outlandish, but I think it's a healthy exercise to think about the most outlandish things that have even a sliver of chance of possibility. And ultimately, like right now, I think between crypto and all the other things that are happening out there, people are starting to question whether or not we really need the gatekeepers, whether we really need the sovereign sort of oversight of government and things like that. And I think it's an important question. And the NFTs sort of are emblematic of like, well, here's this counterculture, sort of countercultural art movement. And again, I'm not sure every single one of these is going to be valuable. In fact, I can tell you and promise you, none of almost 99% of them will be worthless. But does it? There's a chance that the Bored Apes are worth a lot more in 20 years. I personally wouldn't bet on it, but at the same time, I understand your criticisms, and I probably would vote with my feet the same way. But at the same time, like I wouldn't totally discount the chance that NFTs are here to stay or not a valid mechanism for obviously things like you know um, establishing rarity and establishing proof of authenticity and things like that. There are a lot of other use cases to NFTs, and I think they'll grow. As I mentioned with my sort of book idea, I think you can take the concept of an NFT and expand it quite a bit to a point where you're getting a lot more value than just sort of a cryptographic proof of ownership. um, so we'll sort of see how that goes. I think you're going to see it in music where I'll give you, as you guys may know, I'm a record collector. I collected this one record, the Wu Tang record, but I've collected lots of other records, including rare unreleased music from a number of artists, well known and not well known. And one of the things I like to do is collect vinyls that are numbered. So one of my favorite bands, released a limited edition numbered vinyl set of like 100 of these records, and I bought like 16 of them, but I've had to like slowly like cobble them together over years and years at different auctions. And the point is like they're numbered by the band, and there's only 16 of them, and it's sort of this obviously sort of like a proto NFT. Or NFTs are an extension of this sort of numbered collection, and there's various artists like Picasso that did numbered collections as well. But the point I'm making is that for music, it'd be amazing if Jay-Z put out a record, for instance, and people got a numbered version of that CD. I think the band would get tired of writing more than 100, but for a computerized procedural, algorithm, it's quite easy. And it'd be very funny if you were the 3 millionth purchaser of the Jay-Z album and I was the second, purchaser of it. I think my copy would be more valuable than yours. And I think we're going to see stuff like this over time. Whether that there's value in that or not, I'm not sure, but perhaps there's some other goodies you can stuff in that album that I don't know, possibly like a letter from the artist or some other exclusive photos. There's a ton of ways to sort of take this idea and expand it quite a bit. So I think we're in the first innings of NFTs and what they're looking like and how they're changing with the 10K kind of system and sort of new innovations. We'll see a lot more cooler things. So I think I understand your perspective, but I also, with respect, would say that it's a little short-sighted and that we're just at the first inning of it, and we'll see how it changes, right? Like, again, I'm not the person that's going to buy Bored Ape for $500,000, but I also
Of
think that
course.
All right,
Sorry,
thank
I
you.
mean, I agree with you. I
Oh,
definitely agree with you there. But yeah, I do think there is a larger sort of utility for NFTs when it comes to authentication and security. It seems to be like the more futuristic thing than, let's say, fiat, obviously. But this Bored Ape thing, it just seems to me it's just getting more sort of massified and sort of consumers more like Marvel movies. So I'm interested to see where this goes.
yeah, there does
yeah.
seem to be this like goal of like holding this edifice up, like you've constructed, like, and as you said, through this like I don't know, I wouldn't call it a pyramid scheme, but through this like there's a term in economics called capital overhang. So like if no person is ever like underwater on a security, like arguably there's this levitation that'll occur in that security, so it's very easy to create a bubble. What's really hard to do is watch the security price fall and then stabilize or recover. That tends to not happen, and we've seen that with NFTs. But without capital overhang, it'll be interesting to see kind of how these things shake out. And I don't know, it's fascinating, but again, I'm sort of with you on the skeptical part, but also open minded.
Yes,
Thanks,
thank
mate.
you.
Appreciate that.
I got
Um,
a jet, but I just wanted to say it was real nice talking again, and I'll hopefully catch you around more of these spaces, man. Nice talking. Welcome back, Al.
Indeed, Willie, the classic. So now we are going to invite up the Appalachian and now Southern Florida, the premier Brahmin of Twitter, Mr. Indian Bronson.
Hey Martin, big fan. Really happy you're out. Um, yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've been wondering about, and like, all of our friends have been discussing this, is like, what do you see as like the thing that you would want to work on? I mean, it's maybe too early to ask, but it's like, you've clearly educated yourself about crypto, about the Web3 space. Um, like what catches your eye? Like what do you think has value?
Yeah, I mean, as I sat in prison for years and years, like my number one goal, like everyone asked me, like, what's the first thing you're going to eat, or what's the first thing you're going to sleep with? And my my answer has always been, I really miss a command line. Like that's the only thing I really care about. I really need to like be on a command line. Like you can get these contraband phones in prison, but you can't program, and you can't, um, like I once updated my GitHub from prison, and everyone who like saw it was like, "What the fuck is going on? Is this guy really?"
How'd
I
you
was
do
like
that?
restarting. Well, I had the cell phone, but like so I was using I was just using that, but I was just like restarting a server or something, or like fixing, I just like doing a pull on a repo or something like that. But it triggered a like update to GitHub, and people were like, "Whoa, what's going on? I thought this guy was in prison." But anyway, the point is, like, I love programming, and I love, this field. I love software, and right now I'm kind of banned from doing healthcare, so it's almost like fortuitous. It's almost like a blessing in disguise. Like, I'm really happy in some ways that I can like absorb this stuff and get into it. And like I said, I had a small software startup, which had a bunch of great ex Twitter programmers who were kind of kicked out of Twitter, or they left voluntarily for basically being Republican. And, I'm not, I don't know, I don't have like specifically like binary political views, but like I felt like that was really crazy. And like, you can't be a Republican in Silicon Valley. I mean, that's so crazy. It's mind boggling. So one guy who worked with us was actually a Facebook guy who also worked for Hillary Clinton. And the fact that this guy could, as a like total left leaning Democrat, like sit down and work in the same office as us, and us not strangle each other, like, it was really awesome. So I hope that Silicon Valley starts to be a little more accepting, and like, you know a better place to be. So in terms of where to go next, to answer your question, I don't know. I'm going to spend a few months just sort of surveying the landscape and seeing kind of where to go. I'm not sure, but I think the best way to do that is to get involved in a couple of projects, and really play with the software myself, because this actually is how I did biotech. Like, I could never like trust like all the other people to tell me like why a drug was a good drug or not. Like, I always made fun of like the executives at Merck or Pfizer who didn't know science, and that sort of started to change. Like, the old Merck CEO was a fantastic guy, but he was a lawyer, and when he started criticizing me for the Daraprim stuff, I said, well, when you figure out what a nitrogen atom or how many valence electrons are in a nitrogen atom and how a hydrogen bond works, then maybe you can talk to me about science, because for now, I actually know a lot about pharmaceuticals and you don't. And, working in the pharmaceutical industry, I think he obviously learned a lot about pharma, and Ken is a good dude. But all I'm saying is, like, you know, you have to really get your hands dirty. I don't like, I really respect the fact that, for instance, most of the big, great tech companies were started by programmers, right? At the end of the day. And there's a reason for that. In pharma, you don't get that. You get people who are like the traditional CEO, like the tall, handsome, dude who went to, some MBA program and, couldn't tell you how a drug works, but he's a great quote unquote manager. You see that a lot. So for me, that doesn't work. Like, I really need to understand like data structures if I'm going to do software. Like, I may not actually be the guy programming. I may not be the guy, like, when I did version 1 of our old software company, it was this really terrible spaghetti code that was like, just awful. And the guys were like, no, we have to redo this and make a whole new shell and a whole new sort of kernel. And I was like, kind of, contrite, or not. I mean, I guess I was like disappointed, that my product worked, but they told me it wouldn't scale or something. I don't know what that means, but I'm joking. But the point is that, like, I really like to, even if I can't like do the product myself, like, even, I mean, one of the big kind of misunderstandings is Mark Zuckerberg didn't really do any of the programming for Facebook. It was all like Dustin and Adam and these other dudes. So, you know, but still, you have to sort of talk the language with your colleagues. Like, I think one of the things that was really fun about our software company was I could talk to these dudes on their terms. Like, I could attend a stand-up meeting or a scrum meeting and not feel like I was like some bozo. Like, I couldn't code as well as them, but that wasn't my job either. But I really would feel like really stupid if I was like a software CEO or something and didn't know how to program. Like, that would be crazy. So to me, I'm going to spend like 3 or 6 months like writing some projects, trying to do most of them myself or with a handful of guys, maybe from my old company, or who knows, maybe somebody right here. Doing various projects I've had ideas for, both while in prison, and maybe ideas I'll come up with on the fly or right now, or in the next 6 months. So that's sort of the plan. Stay tuned. I mean, I'm going to drop some like sort of silly NFTs and like a couple of like ridiculous things, because I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't do that. But at the same
Awesome.
time, yeah, at the same time, like, I want to like make an actual successful company or effort in the space, and if that's going to take time, and you don't rush something like that. But I hope that like the silliness and craziness I do doesn't overshadow a serious attempt. But I'm going to create some stuff that's going to cause a stir, just like everything I do causes a stir. Evidently, just trying to go on Bumble caused a stir. So anyway, that's it. Anyone else want to talk?
Yeah, of course. The original R1A, Mr. Indian Bronson. Thank you very much. So the next speaker that we have up is Adam Singer. Adam, please proceed. You're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Are you still there, Adam?
Yep. Hey Martin, how's it going? I had a question for you, not about NFTs, but about biotech. Because you have a fresh set of eyes looking at what, as a biotech investor, feels like generational, just epic levels of pain. I'm just curious, what you think about like historically where the sector is, and if if what catalysts you might think would actually mark a bottom with this level of despondentness, and Kathy completely fucking up valuations, and basically the whole world doesn't want to be part of the sector. And I think like oil, it will turn at one point, but what do you think we should look for?
So I'm surprised you would ask. I'm just looking at your bio a little bit, and it sounds like you're, I guess, a tech guy, but you have like, I guess, a pass or like a hobby or interest in investing in general.
Yeah, that's right. And I actually got very ill, and that led me to decide I don't want to do tech investing. I want my investments in my personal portfolio to help the world. I invested in a company that was working on an experimental oncology treatment, which helped me, and I was just like enthused from there. So yeah, I'm a tech guy, but I sort of found my way into the sector.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean that's one of the great reasons to be in pharma. You know, it's just an amazing thing. Like one of the, I created a drug. I got a bunch of patents for. It was an investigational drug. It went to phase 3 for a rare disease called pecan, and I know a mom who has 3 kids with pecan. Pecan is a fatal neurodegenerative illness. It's pantothenate kinase associated neurodegeneration, and it's a very simple illness, and treatment should be fairly facile. Unfortunately, I left the company that I created the drug with in a sort of coup d'état or whatever boardroom battle, and they actually advanced the drug against my wishes. Like I wanted to rework the drug, so I kind of knew it wouldn't work. But regardless, the parent of those kids reached out to me as soon as I got out, and thanked me and congratulated me, and I was really happy to hear that, because at the end of the day, the drug industry is for the patients, and I really believe that, even though a lot of people sort of probably you know find that to be really cynical or unlikely. So in any event, in terms of the space, I mean, yeah, it's an insane time. Most of these stocks or a third of the stocks are at cash or below cash. I mean, there are an amazing number of bargains and opportunities, and I think the thing about investing in general is that the market tests your ability to withstand huge drawdowns quite often. And if there's anything we've learned from like the greatest investors, like Seth Klarman at Baupost, if you haven't read his book, The Margin of Safety, or Margin of Safety, it's out of print, but you can get the PDF somewhere. Or look at Warren Buffett. I think that cash is always the most important thing. I was just talking to one of the biggest software CEOs. Amazingly, reached out to me, and he's one of the biggest privately held software companies, and he was talking as well about like the importance of cash. And it is even as a non-investor, right? He's just a corporate guy. Like having cash on your balance sheet in case of a downturn, when in the downturn you're supposed to be there buying up little companies or taking over bigger companies or hiring talent from companies that are falling apart. And you can see that right now. Like, who wouldn't you want? Like, if you were Pfizer or Merck, like this is the greatest thing ever for you, right? You can buy every single biotech company for record low prices. And I think the whole point is that markets will go through these things, and the question isn't so much about like when is there a bottom or things like that. Like, to me, the question is like, have you constructed your portfolio to withstand a bottom? And it's really hard to do. I love to short sell, and it's not necessarily because I want all these drugs to work, of course, but at the end of the day, there are a lot of bad sort of companies that have developed drugs incorrectly. And if you know my history, I actually made most of my money trading short selling. And these hedge funds have not hedged. So if your hedge fund's down 50% because you don't have any shorts, I think that you I don't know what to say. Like, you should have been hedging. Even if you do an index hedge, you would have came out okay and survived. So I think the hedge funds and the tech funds that have all gotten decimated, like, it's pretty obvious when the water and the tide goes out, you see who is swimming naked, and all these guys were swimming naked. And I think it's not as much fun on the upside. Like, to be hedged, like, you lose a ton of money. One of my friends runs one of the largest biotech hedge funds, and he said he gave up shorting like 5 years ago because all he did was lose money, and it didn't make any sense. But the problem is, when you buy insurance or you try to make money shorting, like, your goal is sometimes not to just make money, but sometimes just to hedge, just in case something like this happens. And it's what's happened. So ultimately, like, yeah, all these stocks are really cheap and they're probably all going to go up a ton, but who's to say they don't go down even more first? So to me, trying to predict beta is a fool's errand. In 5 years, I could probably, or 10 years, I could probably say pretty safely that all these stocks will be up from here. But I can't even predict that with certainty. So some people say that the most fortunes are made like in times like this, where whoever has cash can just mop up all these companies and then just wait for until there's blood in the streets the next time. And I think that's true. So to answer your question, I don't know, but obviously I'm sort of salivating over, all these companies. Like Agios is below cash. Tons of really great companies like Antelia or Revolution Biomedicines that they're trading at really low prices despite enormous progress with their drugs. Like, I think Antilia, for example, the ticker is NTLA. I mean, they've basically cured transthyretin amyloidosis, which is a huge disease. One of my lawyers actually has it, and it's a terrible illness. But the market's not giving them credit for it because I don't know, inflation and some shit that has nothing to do with biotech that'll blow over eventually. But it's still important to like I said, protect yourself and make sure you're not overly exposed and you have cash to buy when something kind of goes wrong.
Thanks, Martin.
All right, thank you, Adam. Remove from speakers. There we go. Next up, we have the legendary, the skinny Indian Fang engineer himself, Mr. Rune. You have a question for Martin. Please proceed.
I think you have to give him a speaker.
He is a speaker. Yeah.
Hey, Martin.
Hey.
Long time caller. You're not gonna remember me, but I was in your Discord years ago. You taught me everything I know about accounting. You taught me what a 10K was, actually. But
Cool.
yeah, I have one question for you. Me and your fans are wondering why you didn't get shredded as fuck in jail.
I'm glad you asked. I think the reason is basically, I mean, of course I planned on doing it. Well, why waste the opportunity, right? But there are a number of reasons. Like, the first thing is I was actually really busy in prison. I actually had to rent other people's lockers. You get these really small lockers, and I just couldn't fit enough of like my papers and publications and books. I had like 1,000 books in prison, and there's just no place to put them. So I had to give them to other prisoners to hold, and all the published journals and different white papers and stuff like that. So I would like stuff them in other people's lockers and retrieve them when I needed them. And I was just basically busy. Like, a lot of people think jail is this like place where nothing happens and you just kind of sit and twiddle your thumbs. And the honest truth is that I was busier than I've ever been. I was studying so many things and working so hard that I didn't have time to work out. And that's how I was when I was home too. Like, I always wanted to go to the gym, and I grew this like enormous pot belly, and I realized it was from this sedentary lifestyle of just like sitting down, drinking beer, eating bad food, and like working all day. And it's terrible. Obviously, there are people out there that can figure out how to work out, and like, I understand the benefits of it and all that, but like, it's hard. It's hard to be like, get everything right. Like, I wish I could eat healthy. I wish I could, you know, do all these things perfectly, but I just can't. And I started working out in the last week or two, and all my friends in jail were yeah, they were laughing at me. They're like, "Oh, you're going home." So I I when I was a kid, I actually played basketball, and I was fairly like athletic, but I just can't find the time. And there are people that can't find the time to do other important things, and I'm just one person that can't find the time to go to the gym.
That's fair, man. Sounds like you had a gym for the mind set up there in prison.
Something like
Okay,
that.
okay. One more question. Do you still have the Wu Tang album, or did the feds take it? And if so, are you gonna get it back?
Yeah, great question, and a lot of misunderstandings about this. I was pretty upset when like the articles came out about it. So the story is pretty wild, and yeah, I had an $8 million forfeiture, so that's money I had to pay the government. So I paid them $6 million in cash, and I had a number of assets I could have sort of picked to pay the remainder amount. And the great thing about the forfeiture unit of the government, for whatever reason, is they're very, very patient and very, especially with me, they were like very much like, oh, he's good for it. Whenever he pays it is fine. And I'm like, wow, you guys are much nicer than the prosecutors. But, you know, so I was just sort of biding my time. And the the album I had always looked at as a loss, like probably a complete loss. Like I paid 1.5 million for it, which was rounded up, I guess, to 2 million in the media, and I assumed that I would lose at least 50% of the value if I ever sold it, and I marked it down and just considered it. It was a fun project more than anything, and it was a way to sort of pay homage to music and to pay homage to the value of something, almost like an NFT. It was sort of a proto NFT, and in essence, it was an experiment in like, how much value can you assign to something. I was fans of this band called Thursday, which like really was a really important thing to me. Like it's almost like a part of me, and music can do that to you. And I joked with the singer of Thursday that if they made a new record, I would pay them like $5 million for it. And he was like, "How fast can we get this record out, guys?" He was just kidding, but the point is like, Thursday may only mean $10 to the average guy who's buying the CD, or it may mean nothing if you steal it. But to me, it means a lot to me and my brother, and for all kinds of crazy reasons I won't get into. But music sort of completes us in so many ways, and for me, that band means a lot to me. So for Wu Tang, it was partially like that as well. Like you can assign a lot of meaning to life with music, and like you look back on life and it isn't about how many companies that you build or how many millions of dollars did you make. It's about how much fun did you have and with your family and friends and loved ones, and music's a big part of that. So to me, honoring kind of this seminal band with this seminal group with this purchase was a total honor. And I talked to those guys just the other day. Like I don't have any beef with them or vice versa. I think people made some fun about this Ghostface thing, but that was all sort of a publicity for fun thing. And so anyway, I had marked the whole thing down, and then the NFT boom hit, and I was like, hold on, I can sell this thing for a profit, or like NFTize it and or tokenize it, and sell it for a profit. And I started to talk to a bunch of people about that, including Crypto Cobain and some other dudes. And then I think the word got out, and then all of a sudden, like some dude like got pleasered out to buy it for 4 million, and I was really upset because I thought that one of my friends was buying it, and they reached out to the prosecutors and were like, "Yeah, we'll buy it for whatever he owes you," which was 2.3 million. And I was like, "Cool, I don't want this thing anymore, and I want to get rid of this 2.3 million dollar thing, and it's a profit, so whatever." It kind of wore out its welcome for me. So it got sold, but it got sold to the wrong person. It got sold to this broker who then took it and flipped it to Pleaserdale for 4 million. So I was like, wait, what? That wasn't supposed to happen. Now I don't really care at the end of the day because I still wanted to sell it. Um, but it was weird how it sort of ended up in the wrong hands to some extent, and the government. I don't know. I'm still a little upset about it, but again, I don't really care that much, and I'm happy I've fulfilled my obligation to the U.S. government. Um, but in terms of the album, I actually think I might have the MP3s lying around somewhere. I like always didn't want to put the album in my CD changer or whatever, not CD changer, but like CD drive, and because I was actually worried like some hacker would like be able to like rip it off of my computer if I tried to. I basically needed a hardware wallet that was like really untamperable. Um, but surface attack area or whatever hackers talk
A
about.
lot of people, Martin, also don't. I remember when we both met. You recalled this story to me. A lot of people don't know that you had one of the few advanced copies of the Carter Five after buying a car from Lil Wayne that had the copy in the dash.
Yeah. I have a lot of like shit like that, and I don't know. It's fun to collect music, especially like to me. Like I love demo tapes. Like I have these Blink 182 demo tapes, and they're a lot of fun to listen to because you get to hear like all the little idiosyncrasies of the artist, like trying to create their art, and um, you know, uh, you if you're really into a certain group or a certain artist, you can kind of see like the imperfections, and a lot of times these people actually don't want you to see that, and um, obviously, so I feel a little bit sort of two ways about it. Like I don't want to like listen to something that an artist I really like doesn't want me to ever have heard, but at the same time, it's almost like a voyeuristic thing to watch them create the art through like a demo tape or something like that, an early rough draft of a song that is like really cool. So in any event, yeah, the Carter Five thing was another crazy story, but what can you do? My life has just been a bunch of crazy stories, one after the other, for whatever reason.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rune, and good to see you here. We have not had any double X, participation in this so far, and so I think we're probably gonna have two in a row. The famous Twitter profile, Lily. Lily, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed. You still there, Lily? I know you've been waiting for a little bit.
Oh, sorry, my mic was off. I wanted to ask about crypto fraud because I'm sure you've heard about, what happened with Luna and the Terra ecosystem, and we've seen a lot with NFTs, as you mentioned as well too, where you have a lot of bad actors taking advantage of this new technology. So, do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, I guess, from my perspective, it's been very difficult to really determine what's good crypto versus bad crypto, and a lot of people are anti-crypto specifically because it's so easy to commit fraud using this new genre of anonymity and distributed systems.
Yeah, great question. Obviously, I mean, I don't have any specific insight as, I guess, a criminal, or something like that. Like, obviously, it's terrible when people abuse a system to get something out of it that wasn't intended, and obviously programmers should try really hard to make sure there are no loopholes in their systems. Having said that, I think it is also fascinating from the perspective of like you saw this Tornado Cash guy talking about how like he created a monster and he can't undo it, and it's basically this huge tool for money laundering, and he can't stop it, and the US government's kind of like, all right, well, what do we do with this guy? He created, and his defense of it is really naive and kind of sweet, and innocent. He's like, oh, it's just code. Like, how much damage can code do? It's just freedom of speech. I mean, he really said that in an interview, and I'm like, man, after having like met 20 FBI agents at 6 a.m. Um, at my, with sort of, more ammunition, like of a small army, like for doing something fairly innocuous, like this guy has a lot of, you know, that coming for him, I think, eventually. And, we've seen sort of this intersection of crypto and crime since the beginning with Ross Ulbricht, who's in prison for life. And I mean, Virgil, the Ethereum co-founder, or I'm sorry, early developer, he just got sentenced. And, we saw yet another guy get sentenced the other day who's well known in the community. So um, I don't know. Part of it is I think probably the early stages of any technology, you have stuff like this. So it's hard to sort of for me to sort of get my head around it, but it obviously is a black mark and a negative thing, and I hope that it goes away over time. But at the same time, like if you look at art and in general and how people have stolen art and have like the history of art and crime is so intertwined that like I don't know, like crime is almost a part of culture in general. Like, I'm not sure that crypto has its like disproportionate share of crime necessarily. I mean, it certainly seems like it does, But I don't know. That's just the best I've got for you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Lily, did you have a final comment?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Oh yeah, of course. Thank you. So next up, we have another double X, presumably the famous Lulu of Substack. Lulu, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Martin, welcome back.
Thanks a
I
lot.
have a real question, but I also have a question of how's it going on Bumble?
Oh, I got banned from Bumble.
Already? For what?
Yeah, pretty much right away.
What'd
Yeah.
you do wrong?
Nothing. I just got them some news that they didn't want, I think. So.
Yeah, it doesn't take much.
I was banned from OkCupid. I was banned from Tinder. Pretty much any online thing I go to, I get banned, no matter what. So, what can you
Hey,
do?
try Grinder. I had a Grinder profile once.
Maybe I will.
I had a profile once because I was handling comms for them for an interesting spell, and I would get it was a empty profile, and I was getting a ton of incoming. So, if you want to feel some love, I recommend it.
What? Why not?
Can I ask you an actual question? It's actually related. It's probably going to be 13 hours before you're banned from Twitter again, or banned from whatever else you're on. So how are you thinking about making yourself unbannable? If I'm you, I'm probably thinking about building some sort of insurance policy, right?
Great question. I mean, I don't really care. Like at the end of the day, I'm not gonna like real life to me isn't gonna change whether I'm on Twitter. I think people take this stuff like way too seriously. Obviously, like Twitter a lot, and I wish I was not banned. But you know, when I was banned off Twitter, it's not like my life stopped and it was like this terrible thing. Like at the end of the day, like it's just not that big of a deal. So ultimately, if you get deplatformed from every single platform, it is frustrating. But like, I think we need to build some more sturdy platforms, and I think that's what Web3 is all about, right? Like we need platforms that you can't be banned from, and obviously that comes with a ton of questions about how do you actually pull that off. Every time I talk about that, I then quickly say, well, what do you do about the guy who puts up, something illegal? We can just imagine what that might be on one of these websites. Like, do you deplatform him? What about something that's objectionable in one country but not so objectionable in another? How do you handle something like that? So the actual problem, solving that actual problem of making like a Web3 YouTube or a Web3 Facebook or whatever is really challenging technically, I think. But I think I have an idea, so we'll see. But so ultimately, I don't care that much. But I think we'll sort of see. I mean, if I got banned tomorrow, I think I'd be back with another kind of account. I mean, I sort of tried to keep this account as quiet as possible. Like anybody who is like, "Is that really you?" I'd be like, "Shh, don't tell anybody."
Not working
And
after tonight.
it's not really working, no.
Uh-uh.
But no, even still, I hope that there's no nerdy journalist in here who's like, "Oh, I'm gonna write an article and expose them, and then I'm gonna send it to the Twitter people, and they'll be banned, and I'll show you." And I know there's people probably that are gonna do that, and it's a shame because whatever, but you just have to sort of, it comes with the territory, I guess.
Martin, while the Web3 solutions are being built, you should move your blog to Substack. You can probably see Antonio Garcia Martinez in here with a very expensive looking NFT from probably his Substack earnings. So,
Yeah,
but really, you should. Your ex girlfriend is on there. You're gonna want to be there.
Yeah, I think I'm talking to Linda, your colleague, about that. So we'll see. Maybe.
Oh, talking to Linda is a free upgrade over me. You're set. Anyway, thanks for the questions.
Thanks.
All right,
Bye.
thank you very much, Lulu.
I have something to say, Gordon, here. Martin, I have a proposition for you. Okay, I think you're into art hosts, right, Martin? I'm a big
The
fan of art
answer
hosts
is
myself.
no.
You are not a fan of art hosts, Martin. That's surprising. Why is that?
No, I was saying that the answer to your proposition is no, but please go ahead.
Yes. So let me change your mind. It's not like Substack, but hear me out. I think you should just pull out like a bat signal, right? For like all the art hosts to essentially to reach out, right? And like I will kind of vet them for you. So you could kind of give me what you're interested in, and I could vet like the top girl be your girl, right? And she would be your.
Please do not take advantage of your position on the stage for personal enrichment.
Of course, of course.
I'm just partially joking around, but I'm sure if Martin is interested, he will.
Whatever that was, I'm not even sure what you're saying.
Right. So we've had a lot of sort of high profile, high follower count accounts on, but the way that this works is that I see the ones with the top follower account at the top. So we're just going to choose someone random from the list here.
Yeah,
We're going to
don't pick any blue checks. You know, those
we're
blue
going
check
to choose
mark dudes.
Franiel. Franiel, you have been magically elevated here. You're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Proceed. Franiel, are you still there?
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, what's up, man?
So I have a question. Are you open to do those investing courses again, like on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm like, so YouTube banned me for some reason. I was actually surviving on YouTube for quite a long time, and I had a somewhat popular channel. But I think they made some weird upgrade, and my things all got deleted. So they were like rocking and rolling for years, and then while I was in prison, they just got deleted for some reason. And I've tried to contact YouTube, and like, it's the most atrocious thing. Like, my lawyers have tried to call YouTube. We've tried to check for people on LinkedIn for YouTube. Like, I'm not a Silicon Valley guy, so I don't know, people that work there necessarily, but it's basically been impossible to even get an answer from them. Like, not even a, hey, listen, man, I'm sorry you violated the terms of service. We're not letting you back on. Or like, oh, it was just an accident. Like, we deleted it because, I actually lost the email address I used to sign up, and sometimes they'll delete you for that, like if it bounces back. So I think that's what happened, and it was actually just like a pretty harmless error. But like, it's amazing that Google as a company in general has a really hard time, and I think other big tech companies have this problem too, where you can't really do customer service if you have this distributed free product like Facebook has, or any of these other companies. Like, how could you actually do support for millions or billions of people? You can't scale support, and they've all struggled to do that. So I dare you to like contact YouTube over a simple customer service request, and you'll never get an answer. Basically, it's this remarkable thing. So I've been unable to get an answer because there's this circular logic problem of, I don't have an accountant anymore, so I can't actually support my account from my account. So I have to create a new account, and if I request support, they say no, you have to request support from your actual account. And it's just this really hilarious kind of, unintended probably error in their construction of their platform. But what can you do? So I wanted all those old investing sort of videos to be reposted, but I'll make new ones. Whatever, it's no big deal. So I appreciate your interest.
And I have another question. So what do you think about stablecoins?
We have about like 100 people to ask questions. So in respect to the rest of the individuals, if you don't mind, I don't mean to be rude, but
all right.
Yeah, have a good one.
Kick them out. Yeah.
So I'm getting all these Twitter requests for people trying to get Elon Musk, and indeed Mark Andreessen is listening in the audience. So if either want to come up on stage and talk to Martin,
Mark who? Never heard of him.
Mark Andreessen. I believe that's his name.
I think it's pronounced Anderson, but I don't know.
Oh yeah. Whatever. So if you want to come up, even though this is a competitor to your investment in Clubhouse, please let me know. So the next person that will be up, Unusual Whales. Unusual Whales, you are on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hey, Martin. How's it going? Welcome back. I was wondering what your view is on kind of biotech as a whole, how you feel about it, given like Pfizer's dominance over the last kind of like 2 years. I think you have a checkered history on it, so it would be cool to hear about it. Cool.
Yeah, I think I answered this question a minute ago, but I'll expand a tiny bit. Yeah, I mean, biotech and biopharma are the same thing, right? So biotech was kind of this buzzword, basically, that was invented in the 70s and 80s to describe recombinant DNA technology. And it's expanded a lot since then, obviously, and every big pharma company now makes antibodies and now makes recombinant proteins. So it's really there is no biotech anymore. To a certain extent, it's just a word that's used for any emerging medical technology, like maybe nucleic acids now, or perhaps CRISPR or gene therapy. So biotech is in some ways just small pharma, and big pharma is big pharma. And obviously there's sort of a blurring distinction. Like Amgen is still kind of a biotech company, but they're sort of a pharma company. So in any event, the big companies obviously have done well, but at the same time, like some of them haven't. And Pfizer obviously kind of lucked out with this miracle deal with BioNTech. So kudos to them, and they're using their profits wisely to buy other companies. But there are other companies that sort of missed the boat, whether it was Roche or Merck or others. So I don't know. Like I don't think pharma has been dominated by Pfizer, first of all, and then obviously we're in sort of this bear market for biotech and a bear market for tech as well. But in any event, whether that bear market will stop or not, as I said earlier, who knows? Predicting beta is really tough. I think our job as investors is to predict alpha and to be protected from beta, hopefully, and not be like hugely exposed to something that we can't control. I talked about all this stuff in my investing videos. Like I actually have this really I guess it's Peter Thiel, right, who asked like the interview question of what one truth do you believe in that nobody else does? And I actually have this really bizarre difference of opinion that equities in general, the asset class itself, does not rise over the long run after adjusting for taxes, country effect, and inflation. So when I say country effect, I mean literally the U.S. has obviously stocks have outperformed other asset classes and have gone up in the long run, but that's because we're the U.S. and we've managed our country really well. Other countries haven't been so lucky. Other countries have had to cancel their stock markets. They've had to cancel their currencies, and actually we've seen this enormous number of times. So in some ways, the U.S. has survivorship bias and is an outlier. And so every time I talk to people who have all their money in stocks and they have no cash and they have no hedging at all, ask them why, and they say, "Well, in the long run, stocks make 7%." And I said, "Yes, it's sort of a priori impossible to tell you what the return in the future is, but yeah, the last long period of time has been the case. But you're going to have run into a scale issue. You're going to run into all kinds of issues that'll stop performance eventually. And I think one of the things that's going on in this country, not to get on a soapbox or political viewpoint, but I think there are a lot of people concerned, whether it's Elon Musk or perhaps Jeff Bezos, that are concerned with kind of the way our country is sort of being run, and that maybe whether or not that'll like impede the progress or economic progress. And I think that we'll be fine. In the long run, these things kind of
why do you think we'll be fine in the long run?
Well, I hope that we'll be fine in the long run is the first thing I'd say. But I think that these things course correct because, like, if you look at crypto, it's really, I think, to some extent, a reaction against kind of bureaucracy and the hegemony of government. And it's a beautiful thing in some ways, but it's a really destructive thing in other ways. Like I write this stupid blog that nobody reads, martinshkreli.com. I wrote it from prison, so all my entries are from prison. And basically, I try to think about the future and kind of these really, really unlikely to occur scenarios that have even a sliver of possibility. And I think that, we're inevitably going to have a crash course with the U.S. government and crypto, and I think it's going to be fairly ugly. And it'll be interesting to see like politicians run on a platform of like, oh, I'm pro crypto and not quite anti-dollar, but there's this implicit thing where Janet Yellen and other sort of bureaucrats are scared of crypto, which is really ridiculous and funny that it's come this far. That they're actually sort of nervous about it, challenging U.S. dollar sovereignty. The fact that those memos were circulated is like mind-boggling. We're still a long ways away from, we're just sort of scratched the surface. If you look at the aggregate market value of crypto, we still have a long way to go before it's sort of a threat to anything. But in any event, it's sort of fun to watch and really interesting. I'm going to participate in it whatever way I can, and planning on launching some kind of company in the space in the next 6 months or a year. But again, need to continue to canvas to see where the white space is, and don't want to like rush into something.
Last question, if I can.
Thank you, Wales. We have a lot.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks so much, guys.
Of course, thank you, Wales. So I'm going to, in line with Martin's guidance, I'm going to pick from the list a non-blue check And
I'm just joking about that, but you know,
oh
I
no,
think
it does. Yeah, I'm getting all these messages of saying let these people up, etc.
You
So
too?
I'm just gonna pick randomly. And if you have any people you want to let up specifically, Martin, just please let me know. But let me see here. And Shrimp Pepe, you are now on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hi, Martin. I'm Shrimp. I'm a double X. I just want to know what it's like to reintegrate with society. What's the vibe in Brooklyn?
yeah, prison was a really interesting experience. I'm fine, like I'm pretty resilient and don't really get phased by a lot. So it was pretty simple. And there's still a little bit of a shock to come back to the real world, so to speak. But I think the bigger shock is what happens in prison. And you have like this enormous number of people that, are kind of lost and forgotten, and mostly minorities and mostly people that didn't go to school or continue school. And many who have learning disabilities or mental health problems. And basically, in essence, I think they're incarcerated for their circumstances that really are beyond their control. Obviously, people who commit crimes are not, need to be punished, and are not necessarily, I'm not saying that all criminals, don't deserve jail. Far from it. But I still think that what goes on in prison is really remarkable if you get to sit and sort of observe, like, your surroundings. Like, half the people are in there because they either have, like, in essence, a big mental health problem, or they have this terrible circumstance. Like, for instance, they grew up with one parent who is barely there, or no parents, or some other really terrible story. And it was depressing. I mean, I did everything I could to sort of help people. And I remember my first week, a guy came to me because his children were born in the NICU, and he didn't have any money for anything. And I figured it was some kind of scam. So I said, "Listen, if you give me the hospital name, my sister will pick up some medicine and formula and all the stuff that he requested, and will personally hand deliver them. But I'm not going to give you any money because I assume you're you don't even have any kids." So he gave me the list, and he gave me the hospital, and sure enough, my sister met his wife and did all that. And I sort of tried to do something like that every week or two in prison. But as I mentioned, I bought all these programming books, and the warden wouldn't let me get them in because I was going to pass them around the prison basically, and have people learn Python or learn JavaScript or even learn HTML or something, anything, just basic stuff on how computers work. And the warden wouldn't let me do it because it was a security risk to the prison. And it's such a remarkably weird thing. I tried to explain to her that, like, there was no real risk for somebody to learn HTML. And she's like, "Yeah, no, it's just bureau policy." And we had a really wonderful warden, actually. We had probably one of the most understanding wardens I'd ever met or encountered, like, period, in the whole BOP. In terms of staff members, she was really, really intelligent. And I could see that she was debating, like, maybe I should let this happen. But basically, felons can't even get books to study in prison if they're IT related. So it was really tragic. So I'm reintegrating just fine. I'm going to be fine, but I worry about the people that are just constantly shipped into prison. We have this gigantic per capita, outlier rate in the U.S. for incarceration. We have people like my friend, got a life sentence for a one-time drug, his first drug case ever, and he got a life sentence. And believe it or not, my ex-girlfriend Christy wrote a number of letters and did a whole PR campaign for him, and they released him. It was really an amazing, way that the media could actually be useful and be helpful instead of tearing down and destroying things and doing all these sort of hit pieces. Like, she shed light on this ridiculous sentence that this guy got, and the judge and other people sort of decided to let him go. And it was an example of something that Twitter and other things that we're building, as a community, to help one another when something like terrible like that happens. And when you see stories like that, it's really heartwarming. But unfortunately, I think most of what I saw in the prison system was really deplorable, and something needs to change. I think 50% of America knows somebody whose family member has been in prison, some weird stat like that. I think 10% of Americans will experience prison at some point. It's really remarkable. And I hope that somebody smart will start thinking about this problem, because I think we just kind of sweep it under the rug. And again, I'll be fine. I don't care. Like, you could find me $1 billion and I'll be totally cool, and make it back and then some. But for the guy that is from Harlem, that grew up with one parent and didn't finish high school, like, what do you do about him? And how do you stop that from being a never ending circle of pain for huge communities? So that's sort of what I have to say about that.
For
All
sure.
right,
Thank
thank
you
you.
for sharing.
Thank you, Shrimp. The next person that we have up is Theta Tendies. You're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed. Oh, did it not actually? There we go. Theta Tendies, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Can you guys hear me all right?
We can hear you, Theta, yeah.
Perfect. Martin, hope you got like a nice steak or something after getting out. But I wanted to ask, I think a really hot topic in financial markets that you were kind of talking about not too long ago was that, there's been a lot of crazy stuff as far as like meme stocks, like AMC and GameStop. And, a lot of people, think that they're being like revolutionists, but then you have a lot of people that also think like the entire system's like rigged against them and stuff like that. So I was curious, like, what your thoughts were about that, like when all of that was unfolding.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is another case where history is just repeating itself. Like, you saw this in the 2000 era. Um, uh, basically, there were cab drivers buying .com stocks. I remember a .com I was shorting called MP3.com. If anybody remembers that old one. I mean, there were hundreds of these kind of. They weren't memes necessarily, but they were sort of pathetic early businesses. And I think I see Mark in the chat, and there were a lot of people, like I think I read his colleague Ben's book about the stress of like having open wave, and during like one of those issues with the markets were like closing down and stuff like that. And PayPal had a similar sort of crisis. So I think this is just a time where it's healthy for the market to separate winners from losers. And like I said sort of earlier, like in the markets, you're going to get tested, whether you're an investor or a company or whatever. And I was really delighted to talk to, I mentioned one of the biggest privately held software company CEOs earlier today. And, he happens to have overraised, kind of enormous amount of VC cash. And he's going to be sitting pretty, like being able to pick off whatever company he wants during this downturn. And those who did smaller rounds won't. And because there aren't going to be any more rounds. There's going to be a lot of issues. Like, I don't think, VCs won't be able to raise money fairly shortly. And after sort of some of the early returns come in, I think there's going to be another winter for many years possibly. And you basically have to toughen out and relax. Toughen out and be able to withstand through these cycles. And I don't know, like I think the meme stocks were sort of emblematic of sort of easy money and rising valuations. Like, obviously GameStop is overvalued and AMC is overvalued. And this phenomenon where people would actually bid up a stock as a retaliatory, kind of mechanism is sort of bizarre. And it's like a very Freudian, or like, I don't know, psychologically interesting phenomenon, but it's crazy. You do have this George Soros spoke about this concept of reflexivity, which is his invented idea that not only do stock prices affected by news, but prices can affect news itself, which is a very bizarre idea and kind of hard to wrap your head around. But the whole idea of GameStop going up and then becoming a better company because its stock price has gone up is a really wild idea. And I don't think reflexivity is really strong enough to sustain that. Like, even though they have a better CEO and a better management team and more access to capital markets, like I don't think that it's likely that you can turn sort of a bad company into a great company just because you want to will it to get there. And the same thing applies obviously to AMC or any other quote unquote meme stock. So I think those people are just making errors in their investing. And I tried to point that out as one of the forefathers of Wall Street bets. But I think it's also, it's fun for people to sort of, strike back at the empire, if you will, and kind of have fun, with the stock. But the market's not a game. this great book about Wall Street, the history of Wall Street. It's called the Great Game, and it's by uh, John Gordon Steele, I think. And so, in any way, it goes through the history of Wall Street, which a lot of people don't know, all the way back to the Button Wood Agreement and Wall Street started. And one of the fascinating things is that there are these things called corners, and this is what led to the creation of the SEC and 13D and 13G rules, which people sometimes follow and sometimes don't. But the idea is that once you own 5% of a company, you have to disclose that you own 5% of a company, which is all well known to any big investor. And there are certain rules on further disclosures after other levels like 10%. And so there's even more rules after that. But the point is that you can't buy up stock in a company and then sort of corner it. And this is, in fact, in the 20s, there was this huge drama between people like Cornelius Vanderbilt and others, where they would corner these stocks and they would kind of do what the Wall Street Bets crowd did. And they made it illegal to do so because it really distorts and fucks up the market. But in the past, it was just one person who would do it. Someone like Cornelius Vanderbilt, who was super rich, and he would buy all the stock, and then people would short it, and then he'd call in that stock that they shorted, and it would cause this amazing panic. And it was really funny and probably pretty awesome to do. So the SEC was created, and this stuff didn't happen again. If you tried to do it in other opaque ways, it was called wolf packing, and wolf packing was made illegal. So then you had to form a group if you had to disclose that you were acting in concert with another investor. So all that stuff happened. But now with Wall Street Bets, we have a distributed corner, right? Because there's no group, and everyone owns 1,000 shares or something. Some people own more, some people own less. But you basically have a distributed, decentralized corner on a stock. And it obviously had an impact. I mean, GameStop went from whatever 4 to 400, and it took out a hedge fund or two on the way up, and it's amazing, And corners kind of work because they're almost like in game theory, like almost like a game of chicken. The short seller only has finite capital. The long guys also only have finite capital, but the long guys get margin on the way up, and the short guys lose margin on the way up. So corners can really destroy heavily shorted stocks, and that's what happened with GameStop. And that's why corners are illegal. And we also know this from Nelson Hunt, and his corner of the silver markets also created new laws in the CFTC trading for futures. So if you guys don't know, in the 70s, the Hunt brothers tried to corner all the silver, and they did. And they forced the price of silver up to astronomical levels. So if this doesn't sound familiar, that's the history of it. And, the CFTC was created, and they changed the margin rules, and they changed the requirements on silver. Silver plummeted, and the Hunts actually filed for bankruptcy. So that's how that ended. And I think it's going to be hard for the SEC to make a rule that you can't buy stock that you read on a message board. So I think it'll probably happen again, and maybe even again and again. But it's a really weird and funny circumstance, and I don't know how it'll shake out, obviously. But I think that it's obviously short-sighted, and it's sort of a game. It sort of makes the market a game when these stocks go parabolic, and you just don't know when the musical chairs will end. But at the same time, it's almost, again, a shock that a portfolio should be able to withstand. It's hard to short a stock that goes from 4 to 400. I mean, if you're short 1%, it would take your whole portfolio to zero. Hopefully, you have some risk control to get out at 12 or 18 or something. But obviously, these really smart hedge funds, some of these guys I know pretty well, and they all got smoked shorting the stock. So it's not easy to design a portfolio that can withstand something like that. And it'll be really interesting to see how regulators kind of try to figure out how to stop something like GameStop from happening in the future. It'll be really interesting to see how degenerates like myself and Wall Street Bets try to ensure that it continues. So that's how I'd answer that one.
All right. Thank you, Tendies. I saw a pretty amusing question on Twitter from, let me look here. So many people in this room. Janet Yellen's fuckboy. Fuckboy, please, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Proceed with your question, which I think is pretty interesting. Fuckboy, are you here?
Fuckboy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm
Fuck
here.
boy,
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very much, yes.
Just laughing at your username.
Yeah, well, I'm from Wall Street Bets. I mean, you might recognize me, maybe not.
So you also have a psychological problems.
Yeah, dude, autistic as fuck. What can I say? Yeah, man. I think I
So what's
speak
up?
for us all when I say we missed you as much as you could miss a random stranger on social media. We did. We missed you.
But like I have to contest you for that because like I'm the one guy in Wall Street Bets who was always like, we have to ban YOLO, the whole like you only live once, so let me put all my money in one stock. I was the one guy who was always trying to be like the voice of reason, and the whole like message board was like built on making irresponsible financial decisions. So like I appreciate that. Like of course, I appreciate any kindness like that,
Well,
but
isn't
why?
that
Why
what
would you
made
miss
it?
the guy who's trying to I'm just trying to stop the party and like be the designated driver and trying to say like, hey, you had too many drinks, Wall Street Bets, stop doing this.
I think that became its appeal. In the long run, it just became a very dumb place. But I didn't come here to talk about Reddit. I'm banned from Reddit anyway. So I relate to you on that. But
Makes sense.
yeah, my question is so I think we all kind of have this conception that you don't really belong in prison. Um, and when you were going into prison, I'm sure you had preconceptions about, okay, these guys I'm going to be with, they're going to suck, right? And correct me if I'm wrong, but
No, I think that's fair. Yeah.
yeah. So when you got in, I was just wondering, who were the guys you hung out with? And were you pleasantly surprised by who they were? Or were you disappointed, or were you just like, yeah, these guys are as bad dudes as I thought they were? And
It's all over. Yeah, it's such a good question, and I really appreciate it. So it's all over the place. I mean, the first thing is that people who have this pharma bro, perception of me, which we talked about earlier, is like humorously ridiculous. I'm obviously not a frat bro of any kind. I grew up in Brooklyn, so all my friends were minorities growing up, and people just assumed like I wouldn't fit into prison. But like the day I got there, I became friends with everyone. Like I never once had a problem with anyone in prison, so it was great. Now, of course, prisoners, especially in federal prison, or I mean, in any prison really, are not like necessarily nice or well-adjusted people. Like I said, there are a number of people who are sociopaths, a number of people who have severe mental health issues, but there are also a really number of awesome people. And I have like at least a couple dozen friends from prison I plan on being friends with forever. And again, a lot of people who made mistakes, a lot of people who had a bad childhood. I had a sort of rough childhood, and I think some of the issues I had over the long run were caused by that. Every biography I read of guys like Paul Allen or Steve Wozniak or Bill Gates or whomever, like they had these awesome idyllic childhoods, and I think there is something to having two parents and having something to not seeing domestic violence in your house like I did or whatever it is. Like everyone in prison, every single person that I met in prison, which is like 5,000 people, had some fucked up childhood where they had one parent, no parents, two parents who were drug addicts, whatever the case may be. And it's a really sort of sickening, as I said earlier, to see this community of people, especially minorities and really awesome people, kind of get fucked up by life and then end up, whether it's leaving school or having difficulty in school and then turning to another form of income, which is typically involves drugs and guns. And we have prisons just full of people that are minorities that in essence are you know um, casualties of the war on drugs. And it's fascinating to me to see that like the real victims are the families of these people that end up sort of having to suffer with the prisoner too. And the sentences are like 3 times longer than they need to be. And I'm not saying like it's important to like these people shouldn't be punished or that it's good to have heroin flooding the streets, because it's not. But at the same time, like I don't think the answer is um, you know, throwing people in jail and forgetting about them. I think the answer is solving the root problem. Like I think companies, as I said, like Microsoft and Google and Facebook need to hire people from these communities. They need to lift them up. Like every person I met in prison, like their idol or their role models were all pretty messed up. Like they were not people like my role model growing up was Bill Gates. My dad told me about Bill Gates. I thought it was really cool. I wanted to be a programmer. I started programming, and I sort of fell into finance by accident. But the point is, like, I had the right role model, and I think a lot of the role models in these communities just don't exist, and they ended up getting filled in these sort of weird power vacuums by people who misguide these folks. And it's really just terrible to see. So I did my best to sort of, make friends with people. And, it was really amazing to meet some really insightful people, really smart people. Intelligence has nothing to do with accomplishment, right? I mean, you're born with a set of cognitive faculties and, function that is sort of with you for a long time. And, so many people I met in prison are brilliant. But, some of them didn't finish high school or college or anything. And, to take those people and put them into, on the right track is really difficult, because you have this issue of, okay, well, if a guy is just learning HTML, or we can put him in a class, but is that really, or a boot camp, but is that really going to get him to a job, especially if he's sort of lacking in all kinds of other. And I'm using the he just because prisoners are overwhelmingly male, but there's certainly female prisoners too. So whatever they, you could sort of help to course correct them, but ultimately I think it's a really tricky problem, and I think it has to be addressed sort of earlier on. So yeah, I have dudes in here that are like my best friends, and I'm gonna hang out with forever. I don't want to hang out with people who have like a really terrible criminal mindset, obviously. So I'm pretty selective about who I want to spend time with. Like there are people in prison. In fact, I would say the majority of prisoners are going to be recidivists. They're addicted to a life of crime. It's really hard to break that cycle for them. But the guys that really do want to like stop committing crimes and never wanted to do it in the first place, and they've sort of seen the light, I think that you know, um, I want to help them. We actually had a really funny little group, I guess I'll tell you about, in prison. It was sort of tongue in cheek, but we called it Crypto Thugs. And in essence, yeah, we were just like a bunch of guys that talked about crypto. And I spent a lot of time just um, teaching them about like what cryptography was and how key pairs worked, and asymmetric, cryptography and all things like that, and why Bitcoin is anything, why it even matters, like why is it useful, why is it interesting. And I had these guys in like total rapture. Like these are dudes that like had probably, done some really horrible, unspeakable things, guys that have been in prison a long time, but I had them like sitting and listening for hours about the most mundane things. Like I mentioned earlier, when I showed a friend binary and then octal and then hexadecimal, he would like constantly come back to my cell and he's like, man, my mind is blown. Like, I can't even believe I never learned how this stuff worked. Number systems and computing are so fascinating. And he was like so smart. I assume like he'd be in a different life. He'd be a tremendous programmer. He could be Mark Andreessen, but or maybe Brendan Ike. But in any event, my hero. But in any event, that's sort of that to answer your question, hopefully.
Did you say a dozen guys?
Yeah, it was a pretty big group, and we even made a little like Crypto Thugs logo and signed it. I think I mailed it home, so I'm gonna put it on Instagram someday.
I feel like they paid better attention than Wall Street Bets, actually.
Oh, hands down, yeah. Wall Street Bets is yeah. Well, you know how it is.
That's
All right.
awesome, man. Thank you so much. I'll see you around, or on social media at least.
Thank you very much, Thug Boy. We have an early hominid on stage, the Twitter famous Australopithecus. Australopithecus, if you're developed enough to understand modern human speech, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Yeah, I think I've just become a homo naledi, so I think I can finally understand it. But yeah, Martin, fantastic being up here. Basically, I mean, the question I have is because, like earlier you mentioned in the talk that you would run into issues with, right, the CEOs of Pfizer, some other firms that had all these notions on what would actually make good pharmaceutical products. But I mean, the reason why I ask you is because I personally have had an idea for a biomedical patent for a few years now, but like I can't find anywhere else like someone else already got a patent for the idea. So my question basically is that how have you found it difficult, like someone without any formal training in this arena, um, getting a lawyer to get like a patent, right? To endorse your patent, go with it, right? How much of an issue has that been? I mean, if you don't have formal training here, and I mean, also just like, I mean, when it comes to the whole regulatory space, um, to what extent, I mean, have you gotten pushback from people who, whether or not they might think your idea is a good idea, but for whatever interest they have, they push back against what you're pushing for. If that makes sense.
Sorry, I had a mic problem there. So thanks for your question. Obviously, I sympathize with you to some extent, as sort of undertaking any entrepreneurial opportunity or undertaking, I should say, is difficult, right? Like people aren't going to trust you. They're not going to believe in you. They're going to, they have the money, you don't, right? So if they're going to give you money, they want 90% of what you're offering. So it's tricky, that's just part of being an entrepreneur. And I suggest you read, like The Hard Thing About Hard Things, or one of those other books that explains like, or 0 to 1, about like how hard it is to get an idea off the ground. I mean, one thing that's helped me as somebody who's, understands medicine, I think as well as anybody, but is not a PhD or anything like that. Like one of the things about medicine is funny is like if you become an MD, you are a doctor, but you don't understand how to make medicine because you're not really a scientist. And if you get a PhD, you don't really understand physiology and clinical trials, and certainly not to speak of any of the economics of this stuff. So it's a really tricky thing, like to invent a medicine by yourself, because it's such a multidisciplinary thing. There's really no one inventor of any modern medicine. In fact, there's like usually an average of like 50 or 20 people on any new pharmaceutical patent. So I've always tried to be like holistic and try to understand everything I can about whatever I'm getting into. And so, as I mentioned earlier, when I started doing software seriously and not as a hobby, I felt like I wanted to be able to talk to developers on their terms. And in my drug companies, I always felt the same way. I needed to talk to scientists and chemists. I wasn't necessarily going to do the chemistry, but I had to be able to talk to them about, whatever it was, trying to get the right assay for a certain preclinical, experiment, or trying to avoid steric hindrance of some like different molecular group that was sticking out of a ligand that was interfering with our drugs binding, whatever it was. Like if you can't do that kind of stuff, I don't think you should be the CEO of a company. Like I think you're basically like masquerading as a quote unquote manager. Like at a science driven company, you need to understand the science, whether it's computer science or biomedical science, or your employees won't really respect you, and they won't see you as an equal. They'll just see you as a superior. And I think oftentimes great CEOs make sure that their employees and coworkers see them as peers. And I think that's one thing that Mark Zuckerberg got really right. He's gotten a lot of things right. I'm a huge fan of Zuckerberg, but one of the things he got really right is his interview question, which is, would you work for this person? And I think that's the most beautiful question you can ask. Like, do you respect this person enough that you'd work for them? And the dudes at my software startup before I came to prison, like I love those guys so much. Like we're all going to a wedding. We haven't worked together in like 5 years, but that experience, which was fairly short lived, like we were so much of a team. Like those guys are my best friends, and they're all, like I mentioned, ex Twitter and ex Facebook sort of alienated right wing Silicon Valley guys. But so I don't know. Anyway, that's sort of my answer to that. I don't know if I even answered your question.
I think you get that. I appreciate it.
All right, Australopithecus. He is yet advanced enough to be able to engage in modern human speech. Okay, the next person up is going to be Andrew. Andrew, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed. Andrew, did you still have a question?
Yeah, sorry, my speaker cut out. But yeah, Martin, congrats on getting out, man. My question to you, I'm curious about how you're going to approach your crypto venture from like a PR standpoint. I think even the most idealistic builder in crypto would admit that there's all kinds of criminals, grifters, all different flavors of dirtbags out there. And I think the public perception as you get into the industry is that you're just going to be even more of that coming in. To what degree that's true, to what degree that's fair is entirely debatable. But have you thought about the negative blowback that you're for the industry?
Yeah, no, it's a great question and fairly obvious one. I wouldn't assume that I'm not behind certain crypto ventures as we speak. A lot of them are kind of pseudonyms, so I think the pseudonym thing could work for me if it hasn't worked already. So just keep that in mind. But I think, yeah, I mean, ultimately, my PR problems are my own, and they're certainly a unique challenge. I mean, I can't tell you how many headaches they've caused for me in pharmaceuticals. We've had deals break apart because people didn't want to deal with me just for optical reasons. Even though the executives at the company loved me and wanted to do the deal really bad, their board of directors would say no or something like that. And, it's my life and I have to deal with those issues and I'm going to navigate it the best I can. I think it's certainly something I've kept in mind, like certain projects in the space. Again, I think crypto is this terrible misnomer, but certain projects in the space, whether it's crypto or whatever you want to call it, um, or software in general. I think some software stands on its own. You know, I think the things going on in large language models or transformer like neural networks are really interesting. I think there's a lot of interest in my from my perspective on robotics. So I wouldn't assume 100% I'm only going to do something that's quote unquote crypto or DeFi or Web3 or something like that. I'm really fascinated by it and I want to do it, but there's a chance that I do something else. And again, I'm probably going to be more in the shadows of some product because, like you said, I think my participation in it may do more harm than good. Having said that, I think I bring something to the table in terms of creativity, energy, maybe capital. I don't know, but it's a really poignant question, and it's sort of my Achilles heel to some extent at the moment. And I'm hoping over time, like it'll change, but if it doesn't, it doesn't. And again, I think there are projects that can stand on their own 2 feet, regardless of who the founder is or who the investor is. And again, maybe I sort of have an investor role more than a roll up your sleeves and build a GitHub repo role. So we'll see. I mean, I don't have to be the CEO. That's another obvious point. I mean, you can be sort of a venture capitalist / executive that just sort of heavily influences the company. And again, even that would still be difficult for a lot of people to swallow. I could easily see one of my projects, like some enterprise customer saying, no, we can't buy that, even if though it's the software that meets our needs perfectly, we just can't help this guy. And, I'm ready for that kind of thing and I'm cognizant of it and worried about it plenty. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. So we're going to pick someone more or less at random here.
You can pick some of the like blue checks because I mean as
oh no I have been I just want to balance
okay
it out.
yeah I think obviously there are people that would be interested in seeing some interaction or several people discuss
of course
things.
we have a lot of high profile people in the audience who have not as of yet requested, so please request. Okay. It would be quite interesting. I thought I brought this person up. Are they on the stage? No, Coke Kramer is not on the stage. Okay, I thought I brought them up. Right, let's choose another person at random. Plu, you're now on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Plu, did you have a question?
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back, Martin, from jail.
Thanks.
You mentioned something about the AGI. Do you think the future of AGI will be better suited for a decentralized system? Like I know that Singularity Net, spearheaded by Ben Gortel. I think he worked with Sophia Robotic with Hanson Robotics. He's trying to solve the AGI problem. So I just want to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, obviously solving the AGI problem is not a small thing. It's probably like the end of humanity as we know it, right? So I think that, what is the AGI problem is also kind of difficult to define. I do think we're at the end point for AI. At the end of the day, like we've done everything we can do on, mostly done everything we can do on general weak AI. I meant to say weak AI. And that general AI is kind of the only place left to go. I mean, if you think about it, whether it's autonomous driving, or chess, which has had some leaps and bounds recently, poker, video games, even transformer with writing. If you read my silly blog with my imagination running wild over what will happen, I predict by 2030 that a book written by GPT-5, if you will, or GPT-6, or maybe a large language model from Facebook or Google will actually be a New York Times bestseller. So literally a computer will write a book that is a bestseller, which is a really crazy idea. I even think it'll happen to music. I think might even happen to film someday, which is a really crazy idea. So I think AGI is coming, and I want to be a part of that more than I want to be a part of quote unquote crypto. But at the same time, like, you have to pick your battles, and you can't be an entrepreneur of 7 companies, you know. So I think the AGI thing is like the biggest risk, the biggest reward. Like, I think the person that cracks AGI will be thought of more highly than Einstein or Da Vinci or any, you know, seminal figure like that, because it really, like I said, sort of marks the beginning of the end of humanity. Not in a bad way necessarily, by the way, or some dystopian way, but just sort of marks our species, I think, as a, you know, the point where we've created something more intelligent than ourselves is going to be a big milestone. So I don't know who's going to do it, obviously, or when, or what approach. I have a unique angle that I'm going to try to explore that's really different from the approaches being done now. But ultimately, you know, such an angle is extremely unlikely to work. You know, there's a reason some people think it's not even possible to create a real AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, for anybody that's not steeped in the field. And it's basically this idea that we can, Marvin Minsky, I think, said, and many others, that John McCarthy, some of the founders of AI, said, you know, we can get computers to do things that humans can't do well, like calculate large numbers, but we really can't get computers to do things that humans do without thinking, like, you know, interact with one another, or do any fine motor skills or stuff like that, plan their day, or cross the street. Things like that are really tough for computers. And so it'll be cool to see that sort of unravel over the next 10, 20, 30 years, or unfold, I should say, if it ever unfolds, right? Like, you could see AI winters that just push this thing out for a century. You know, there's no way to really know when it's going to happen and if it's going to happen. And some people think, you know, epistemologically or whatever, that, you know, I think Penrose was one guy behind this, that he thinks like it's just not even possible for, you know, that our brains are more than wetware. They're really something special. And then, you know, there's you can tell that, you know, I don't believe in this myself, and that I think, like most AI guys, I think, like, you know, we're just a bunch of software in there. It just happens to be a different, you know, substrate. But so I don't know. You know, I think it'll happen. I just, you know, your guess is as good as mine, maybe. And, you know, I just can't wait to see it happen. You know, and I think, you know, whether we'll be relegated to animals in the zoo, or whether we'll, you know, live hand in hand with this AGI productively, we'll see. But I hope to live to see it, I guess, at the very least. And I think we'll probably see it.
Can I say something real quick here, Gordon, about this? Because in your article, you said that in 2100, our happiness will probably not be any better. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I was being tongue in cheek, and like I said, I think it's a healthy exercise to ask yourself, you know, what the future looks like, even if it's preposterous and completely incorrect. Because, as I said, you can kind of build a set of the present and a set of the future, and kind of ask yourself, is it a bijective? Is there a bijective property, or are these sets, you know, not necessarily one-way functions, or whatever? And, you know, so in terms of happiness, I think ultimately that's sort of what we're all engineering for at the end of the day. That's the you know, supervised or reinforcement learning kind of endpoint, right? And I don't think necessarily that, you know, it's easy to engineer, and I think that it's sort of, to some extent, biologically a pretty difficult, you know, endpoint to sort of optimize for, because, you know, for obvious reasons, we're not optimized to propagate happiness. We're optimized to propagate our genetic material. So trying to subvert that has been difficult, and will probably continue to be difficult. And, you know, I think that's just more of a comment philosophically on kind of, you know, the state of, you know, or just kind of the situation humans are in general. So
Yeah.
I obviously don't have any greater insight in this than anybody else. You know, it's just sort of fun to speculate.
All right, our next person on the stage will be Nani. Nani, please proceed. You're on the stage with Martin Shkreli, and I finally see your request, so here you go.
Cheers, thanks for having me on here. Hi, I'm Nani, I'm a trader. Yeah, so I just wanted to ask you.
Did you say you're a trader?
Yeah, I'm a trader. Yeah.
Who did you betray?
Oh, no, trader,
Trader.
trader. Like,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Just wanted to ask you about your best and worst trade, and why they were your best and worst trade.
Oh, awesome. I can talk about that. So, I don't necessarily think my best trade is the trade that made me the most amount of money. Um, so I could tell you that, but it's probably different from my best trade. But I'll start with, I guess, maybe I'll say the best trade. So I was short the stock called Vital Therapies, and this was after my hedge fund days, so I just had my own money, and I made about $20 million on the trade, which was a lot of money for me, and the company was only about a 300 or 400 million market cap, and I determined that their device, which was a liver dialysis machine, which is a pretty good idea because when your liver fails, it'd be nice to have your blood recirculated into another machine that would purify the blood and return it to your bloodstream. This is exactly what dialysis is when your kidney fails, right? So why can't you do it for the liver? And in fact, you can even do it during cardiovascular bypass surgery. You can have a so-called heart-lung machine. So we seem to have gotten a lot of these organs kind of off-chain. That's a good crypto joke, I think. So you can put these organs off you can make them level 2, um, layer 2 solutions. But stupid crypto puns aside, this liver dialysis machine wasn't going to ever work, and we shorted it, and we made a lot of money. One of the funny things is that we had options on expiration Friday, and the news actually came out on Friday, so we were scrambling all over Wall Street to try to exercise our options, our put options, while the stock was trading after hours. And it was really weird that they expired on Friday, and we were like really worried that would we actually be able to close out the trade. So anyway, it worked out really well. I would get indicted 6 months later, but in any event, it was a fun trade. It was really interesting. I wrote a paper about it that's out there. It's like 40 pages long. It's about Vital Therapies if you want to look it up. So I've done I don't know, dozens of trades like that over the years, not in that magnitude necessarily, but shorting biotech stocks is something I'm quite good at, I think. I'm bad at plenty of other things, and then that's why I'll turn to the next worst trade. And this is a really, really embarrassing and crazy story, but I might as well tell it, So I shorted a stock called Orexogen, and some people know about this, some people don't. But in essence, what ended up, I had this sort of, I was having a rough time with my hedge fund, and I was just sort of like despondent and depressed. And in essence, I don't know what happened, but like all the trading control or discipline I had was just out of the window. And so I ended up shorting the stock and like putting all these orders in, and I kept shorting it. And I basically shorted the entire market cap of the stock in one day. It was a really stupid idea, obviously.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, so if you look at OREX, it's now bankrupt, so I was right in the long run. But if you look at OREX, part of it started as a fat finger error. Like I didn't intend to short as much as I did, but I ended up getting filled like on trades that I didn't expect to take place, and I didn't cancel my like outstanding orders, and the stock went up, and I ended up being short like millions of shares of this thing, and I was like, who the hell is buying this? Like maybe I should just short more. And obviously this is really stupid and really irresponsible, but I have to counterbalance my good trade, I guess. And so I lost $7 million in this thing, and had a real mess with my clearing broker and stuff like that. But basically, I shorted, I think, more shares outstanding than the entire company had. And I was sitting there wondering, like, how is this possible? Like, who could be taking like all this stock down and fighting me? And what I reasoned is really interesting, and it's kind of a little cloak and dagger. But basically, I determined that there are quantitative hedge funds that can, using the miracle of software, automatically determine that like you're out of bounds on a trade and take the other side. And what's interesting is this specific hedge fund, which is arguably the biggest quantitative hedge fund. I won't go through who it is, but basically they bought the entire company. I mean, they literally acquired this company in the open market from me, and never disclosed the 5% rule or anything like that. So it's a really funny thing that software runs. I mean, when I say software runs quite a bit of the investing world, of course it runs all of it from one perspective. But I mean automated software trading, like quantitative hedge funds like Two Sigma or Renaissance or D Shaw or whatever. Which employ all these brilliant people and they have really great returns. And I think it's actually sort of faulty to even try to invest without quantitative investing. But putting that aside for a second, you have this dynamic where some of these algorithms can go pretty zany and do something like I just mentioned. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure all of my stock was bought by this fund, and ended up sort of unwinding the trade over 6 months in this really messy litigation, and it was really painful, embarrassing, and horrible. So, it's much easier to talk about the good trades. So, but I might as well, disclose that, and it's been partially disclosed in the past, so it's not like it's new news, but certainly not, in this detail. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, thanks for answering my question.
Thank you, Nani. So we haven't had one of these in a while, and I think now is just about the time. A Martin Shkreli fangirl, Ree Sharma, you're on the stage with the king himself, Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hey, Martin. Welcome back to the outside.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Hell yeah. I have a question. So this is like really silly, by the way, compared to like the 50 like things we just heard about everyone being serious. I'm gonna stop rambling. If I'm seeing a hedge fund guy, should I ask him for Solana or a Cartier love bracelet?
What a question. Yeah, I would go for Solana, hands down.
Do you think
right?
I'll get like better ROI?
Yeah, needless to say, I think in 5 years you can sell your Solana for a lot more, and the bracelet is just something you could buy 50 of those bracelets, hopefully.
That's hot. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ree. You had a much needed.
I think that might have been a parody as well, but
I'm not sure based on some of the.
No, she messaged
tweets
me.
that
She messaged me.
No,
she
that's
was
yeah,
and wanted to join.
no. I mean, the question itself was a joke, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. So he's been waiting for a while. So Clint, the Twitter famous Clint, welcome to the stage.
I really enjoyed hearing about the lessons that you drew from your time in prison. And I think that this room is full of a lot of people who admire you and look up to you. And so if you're willing to do it, I think it'd be really interesting to hear about the lessons that you drew from the decisions that landed you in prison, and any advice that you have to others about how to avoid the same fate.
Yeah, why not? It's a really good question, and I think you can learn, a lot from people who make mistakes, and we all do. But I've certainly made a lot of big ones. I think humility is probably the ultimate, bottom denominator. Like in trading, investing, growing a company, personally, it's really hard to stay humble. And I think that however you can sort of figure that out, I think you have to strive for it. I took this actual program in prison that was really illuminating. It's called RDAP, and it's about kind of a psychological behavioral program to break the criminal thinking. And while I don't consider myself a criminal that's like has a criminal mindset or something like that, I do think like people who are hackers or programmers, they'll often like try to figure out like the best way from point A to point B, and that's sort of often can take you into manipulative or sort of not straight lines, and you have to have good ethics and good sort of um, I don't know, just sort of morals to make sure you don't go from point A to point B. And you can look at the price increase of Daraprim that I did as sort of a perfectly legal way to sort of maximize P&L. But arguably, depending on who you are, you could think it's unethical. I obviously don't think it is. I think it was actually the right thing to do, and that's a longer story and a bigger discussion. But I think that humility is really crucial, and it's lacking in to some extent all of us, and it's really hard, one of the hardest sort of virtues to cultivate. And one of the things that we learned interestingly in this like really silly trite kind of prison program was that the best way to sort of avoid this humility trap of like taking a little success and letting it go to your head is to focus on I think they called it meaning or purpose and meaning and purpose in the prison program. And I never really thought about it, which is really kind of foolish. and sounds stupid, but it's easy to lose sight of the important things, you know. And again, it's fairly trite, but it's easy to like forget about your family, for instance. And the 4 years of prison were really helpful for me to get reacquainted with my own family. I was just too busy as an executive, a jet setting, you know, private jet, Hamptons house guy that was, you know, not worried about his family very much. And once you have it taken away from you, you're at least, you know, you're put in a place where you can't do what you would do if you had a ton of money or all the freedom. Like you end up starting to forget, you know, your own family. You only see them at Thanksgiving or Christmas, or you know, you forget, you know, how important it is, and life flies by, and you know, you're 60, 70, 80 years old, and you just like, you've been in office your whole life, and it's horrible. So I think that, you know, always remembering meaning and purpose, like what's your real meaning, what's your real purpose, will keep you humble, and that's the main lesson I have, I think.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, of course, Clint. Much appreciated. The next speaker is going to be a fellow reference to, I suppose, a movie based in the 1980s, and I do mean based in all caps there. The altcoin psycho. Altcoin, you are on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed. Mr. Bateman, do you have a question?
Yes. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Cool. Martin, so as a figure in pharma who was able to observe the pandemic from the outside while in prison, curious about you know what your thoughts were at the time while it was going on, and you know a somewhat related follow-up, but just curious if you have any high conviction or contrarian views, be it politically or economically, you know, over the next few years with all of this.
Just related to pharma or in general?
Just economically or politically, just in general.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I saw the pandemic like everybody else, and at first, I unfortunately, like everyone else, didn't think it was a big deal. Like we'd hit tons of false starts before with HN1, N1, swine flu, and a whole like host of ones that you probably don't know about that guys like me watch, but didn't think it would ever kind of, you know, become the quote unquote big one. I think everybody knew that eventually there'd be a quote unquote big one, but you know, it sort of, you know, never transpired, and you just forget that there was this risk. And this, when this started to really get too big to ignore, you know, like everyone else, I wondered what I could do about it, and I ran some, you know, just quickly made some uh, with my buddy Jason, a tremendous developer. We spun up some AWS, you know, clusters, and quickly did some ligand screening for potential antivirals. And you know, I asked my judge for early release to continue the work on it. I was denied, and the project kind of died. The ligands we identified actually were then the subject of a Nature article, so I was really happy to see that. It was somebody else's work, but you know, I was really gratified to see some of those ligands show up, that they were actually antivirals. So anyway, you know, it was fascinating and interesting, and you know, I don't know if that answers the COVID half of your question.
Yeah, it does. I was just more so curious, kind of, you know, it's one thing to be inside society as shit's kind of hitting the fan. I've just been curious, you know, kind of from the outside looking in.
Yeah, it's not that different. You know, prison is like, unfortunately, not that different from, not unfortunately, it's fortunate for prisoners. What I'm saying, I guess, is that prison is not that different from the quote unquote real world, because like we're all in there, we get news, like and that's sort of the sad, almost like really depressing part of it, is like prison is actually just a community of people. It's like a small town. I've never lived in a small town. I'm from, as I mentioned, New York, but like it's basically what I would imagine it would be like to live in a 500 person or 1,000 person town, which I bet a bunch of people here grew up in a town like that. And like everybody knows everybody's business, and you know, there's just a, you know, a small community, and you know, it's like a little city. 3,000 people were in my prison, so it's bigger than a lot of small towns, and 1,000 people work there, and those people are part of the community too. So we had this basically 4,000 person closed community, where you would shop from one place, eat at one place. We had a library, we had, of course, computers, we had, you know, all these sort of things. They're obviously marginalized and difficult, and they, you know, sort of, you know, do that on purpose. But conditions in prison are probably better than conditions. I think I see one person talking about this. They're probably better than conditions in some other countries. In fact, there were some Latin American prisoners who were talking about how they would rather be in an American jail than in a Honduras city or Honduran city. So it was really remarkable to see that. And so in any event, I would just like dispute that sort of myth that there's a prison is like impossible to sort of navigate. It's just a different. It's like I think Foucault called it places like prison heteroverse, or I guess heterotopia is what I would call it, or what he called it. I would call it a heteroverse. Now that we're talking about metaverse, so but he called it heterotopia. It's just like a different world. He also said hospitals were heterotopias. So just like when you're in a hospital, all the rules are different. Everything's like weird and alien. And I think that prison's like that. So in any event, in terms of economic trends and political trends, I don't know. Obviously we have a lot of upheaval at the moment. The only thing I could say is that I think, like I said earlier, crypto is going to have a reckoning with the U.S. government. It's already had its reckoning with other governments, and we're going to ultimately put the question to the test of will governments sort of allow crypto, or will they sort of tacitly object to it, but you can't stop it because it's distributed, or it'll kind of be like the war on drugs. Like, will they go overboard, or will they just sort of let it happen? I really don't think we've seen. I think we're like sort of inning one of regulation and blowback from the U.S. government, and I do hope that we live up to our name of the land of the home and the free, or the brave. I don't even know how that song goes. The land of the free and the brave. I don't even know. It's such bullshit. I forgot it. But in any event, I hope that we sort of live up to that and let crypto live and be, let it breathe. But I'm sort of skeptical, and I think the government will sort of turn the screws on crypto. I think Elizabeth Warren even suggested that it should be illegal to have a private key pair, private key, public key pair that's not registered with the government. I mean, if that isn't the craziest thing I've ever heard, like, I don't know how anybody, could think that's like a legitimate, idea. But, that's what she wants. And I think other people in Washington really want that kind of, regulation and overwhelming kind of squeezing the freedom. So anyway, hope that helps.
Yeah, appreciate it. I would tend to agree with you there.
All right, Mr. Bateman, thank you very much. Much appreciated. The next person will be, there's all this question about whether traders are smart or thieves, criminals or geniuses. And we're going to invite up an actual retard, Wall Street retard. You are on stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hey, Martin.
Not a very woke word, by the way.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? This has been a really interesting space thus far. It's been a lot of fun listening. It's funny, I actually talked to you quite a while back during the 2016 campaign. I think it was back when Periscope was an extant service, and you were doing a live stream related to Hillary Clinton. And I guess that kind of relates to my question for you. And it seems like in the time that you've been gone, censorship has become such an intense problem. And I'm wondering, do you think, I know you addressed the economic side earlier, do you think that's going to become more of like a societal issue? And what do you think needs to be done to address more of the political angle of, big tech intervening in free speech?
Yeah, I mean, just to say off the bat, listen, I don't have any more insight than anybody else, and like I obviously have no position of like, you know, um, insight that I want to. I don't know. I feel like people are asking me questions, and I'm not an expert in the area, so I hate pontificating on something that I'm not an expert in. But obviously, I've been censored in the past, and I think that Web3 is a way to sort of decensor the world. Now that obviously comes with a lot of problems. You want some censorship, and things like certain content needs to be censored, right? To some people, at least, it needs to be censored. And I think there's some unique algorithmic solutions and how you can do that automatically using sort of group, sort of a group oracle or something like that. But having said all that, I think that yeah, I don't know, man. I just think it, I can't help you. I just don't know enough about the space to be able to give you a cogent argument. But I don't know. Do you have a specific sort of thing you want to ask?
Yeah, I guess I'm curious, like the extent you find it, existentially alarming that some of the basic things that you could discuss even 3 or 4 years ago, if it's not even sustainable to talk about, a lot of those topics today. I'm wondering like what you think the general trajectory is going to be, based off of that, and if that just necessitates, creating our own platforms, a parallel economy, or like, your general thoughts on how best to, I guess, just progress from here. I find it almost like a critically defeating point if we can't even discuss ideas freely online.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're asking me to put myself into the heads of people like the head of like the GC of Twitter, who restricted me from Twitter and is probably going to ban my account any moment now. Like, you have to put yourself in that person's head. And basically, like, I was banned from Twitter for like doing this like funny photo montage. I thought it was funny, of this person I was like had this hardcore internet beef with. And like, to me, I thought the internet beef was fun. Like, we were like constantly digging at each other, and she was a very left wing reporter, and I'm kind of a right leaning dude, for lack of to make everything binary, I guess. And so basically, like, I guess I went over the top because I created this weird photo montage where I put my face on her husband's face, and I was just sort of like trying to be annoying, and she didn't like it, but she didn't block me. She just like used it to seek attention, and I was permanently banned from Twitter. Like I said on my first post out of jail, I said it was easier to get out of prison than it was to get out of Twitter prison, which should not be the case. So I think what's going to happen is something I can't necessarily predict. I mean, who knows, right? It could get worse. It could get easier. I think, like I said, the decentralized stuff has a big problem. And like, how do you stop child pornography, right, from being circulated on a decentralized YouTube? How do you stop a video of somebody's head getting chopped off from being circulated on a decentralized, platform? So I think you're going to have a lot of issues in how to solve those problems. Again, I think they could be solved intelligently and computationally, but I still think like if Facebook has a problem and Twitch has a problem for people live streaming, like the very sad situation that unfolded in Buffalo. Um, Perhaps a group army that's decentralized could do a better job than a centralized place like a Twitch. But I don't know. That's just something I'm not really ready to answer. But I appreciate it.
Yeah, I guess just last thing really quickly, and I
We'll
appreciate the
see.
time.
We have a lot of
Just
of
really
questions.
quickly,
Already
I'll
have-
just say I
already
think
you-
if you had a centralized service with the right governance, that could really take it to the next level, just like Elon here. And just as a last thing, I'd love to hear you continue to live stream even after you do inevitably get kicked off Twitter. And another perfectly centralized and governance site you should definitely check out, cozy.tv. They would love to platform these kind of views and ensure
Cool.
dissemination of free speech. Appreciate the time, guys.
Thanks, man.
Of course.
Or should I say thanks, bro?
Yes, thank you very much, a retard. So we have not had a based double X up in a while. So Nicole, I know you've been waiting for a while. Nicole, when are you going on a date with Martin? You are on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Proceed. Nicole, did you still have a question?
I think she's thinking twice about that date. I wouldn't date me either, for the record. But I did want to say one thing about jail that's kind of interesting, and about politics. I was the only like woke person in prison, which is really bizarre because I'm supposed to be the anti-woke guy. So one of the really weird things about prison is that everyone believes in conspiracy theories. Everyone's anti-LGBT, except maybe the LGBT community in prison, which of course exists. Um, and I just wanted to point out that really strange dichotomy where I was like telling people, "Hey, you can't say this word. It's the wrong word." And they were like, "What are you talking about? That's what this person is." And they used a disparaging term, often used, or previously often used, thankfully not used very often anymore, for gay people. And I would try to like reason with them and explain that to them. And we had a lot of trans people in prison, and you would get these horrible comments from people that were like, "Oh, I hope that person dies," or "I would kill that person," or something like that. And I was like, "Dude, what are you talking about?" And I would have to like sit down with these guys who were like violent or crazy or both, or whatever, and just sort of walk them through like the whole idea. And I would like give them like huge like brain farts where like, for instance, again, I'm a sort of biology guy, and people would come to me, especially in the Republican community. They would say like, "Well, there are only two genders, Martin. You know, male or female. So you got to pick one." And I'd be like, "Well, actually, that's not true at all. If you've ever heard of Turner syndrome or Klinefelter syndrome or at 46, 48 XXYY, there are actually quite a few, genders biologically. So from a scientific standpoint, it's already wrong. And then obviously from a social standpoint, you got to think about that. But I won't, sort of opine on that. But you have to sort of think about whether you're being scientifically accurate. And there's actually hundreds of little nuances, like do you have testosterone? Do you have a testosterone receptor that'll be hypoactive or hyperactive? There's certainly lots of sort of nuances there. And again, I found myself increasingly embracing the T in LGBT after originally kind of having that sort of backwards, I think, view of like, oh yeah, there's only two genders. So I know a lot of people still have that, and if I'm alienating like right wing people, then fine, fuck you too. But ultimately, that's sort of where I've come to. And again, in jail, there was literally no one who wanted to hear that kind of view. And it was just really interesting because I went from being the least woke person to the most woke person. And now hopefully I'm back to being the least woke person. But, that's just something I just wanted to throw out there before the next question starts.
Yeah, of course. And I think that's quite an interesting dimension. As I was saying before, there are a lot of sort of popular misconceptions about you, given the whole sort of farmer bro sort of image, and I think this adds a lot of character and shape to that. So I think it's quite useful. So the next person we're going to have up, the famous Supreet, another double X poster, you could say. Supreet, you are on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hi, thank you for having me. I guess continuing on that topic, this week on Tech Twitter, freedom of speech has been a huge conversation. Since you've been, I guess, kind of away in prison, how have you, like, since you've come back, have you seen freedom of speech change? Now being banned from Bumble, getting possibly banned from Twitter, and the conversations have kind of become more argumentative instead of people actually discussing personal thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from a like graphing the X and Y axis standpoint, I actually think things have gotten better because you have people like an Elon Musk, whether you like him or not, and whether you think he's doing terrible things or not. The fact that somebody in that place in society, if you will, um, is willing to sort of stand up and fight is really amazing. So, again, I think there's some maybe hypocrisy or some whatever. I'm not really totally schooled on the issue in terms of what he's doing and stuff like that. But I think it's a really healthy thing to have this contrasting view, and I hopefully it doesn't devolve into like as you're saying, like fighting and violence, not literal violence, but internet violence, fighting online, and just kind of going crazy and yelling at each other all the time. I think actually having some decorum and nuance, maybe like we're having now, would be amazing. And I don't see why we can't do that and just disregard kind of the crazy people and just say, listen, if you're not gonna listen and talk like intelligently, then just exit the discussion. You're no better than you were better off without you. And the people that have different opinions, say like on this gender issue that I just mentioned, should be able to just have an intelligent discussion. And I think it's really unfortunate that we're at this point where we're just yelling at each other. And one of the amazing things about Spaces and maybe Clubhouse as well, which I'm just about to start trying, is that when you have voice, you actually break down a lot of those barriers. It's a lot easier to be mean on text. And I think for anybody that didn't know me before, like, and thought of me as like quote unquote goblin mode, which I definitely get into goblin mode, and I'm very good at goblin mode. But I think when you actually have a face to face or voice to voice conversation, it's a totally different venue. I mean, you can see like here the most hated man, the pharma bro, this sort of like character we dreamt up is not what he was, and he's having like this open-minded, I think, hopefully, viewpoint of things, and willing to take criticism and willing to take both the good and the bad. And everybody's sort of been pretty cordial here, and nobody's sort of jumped in and screamed, "Oh, you're a retard," or "I hate you," or whatever, Hitler 420, or any of those things. And so I think there's a lot of like really awesome things that are happening from stuff like this that, you know, you can disagree with me and still hate me after this spaces, but at least, you know, there's some discussion that's healthy.
And how do you see people having the courage to speak up when once they say something, everyone on the internet, you know, attacks them?
Yeah, I mean, look at this space right now, right? I mean, think just, you know, having the discussion in this way as opposed to, you know, having the discussion in a way where you can just write all caps or you can like, you know, retweet with some snarky comment. I think that, you know, is somebody I think has proposed taking away quoting with a retweet. I actually did it earlier with Nassim Talib, who had the nerve to insult me, and I like shot back at him. And here we go. I'm starting a new war with a new person, and I actually love his work, and I've written about how much I love his work. But the second he started insulting me, and now I'm starting to think, oh, maybe he's not that great, and you know, this and that, and it's just sort of like a virus. It's a disease that where like you can go on the internet and just start like getting into fights with people really easily, and Twitter is sort of toxic in that way. But here it is, you know, with this innovation of these voice chats where you can actually have a breakthrough. So I don't know what the answer is, but I hope that we have less of the former and more of the latter.
Well, thanks for your time.
Of course.
Thank
you. Reet, another double X poster. Let me remove that from here. The next person that we have up, let me see here. Oh, that person, I guess, they unrequested. The next person up is going to be, I'm not really sure what that's supposed to be, some sort of Twitter way of you know, writing Agent Acadian or something, but he is a chain link Marine, a member of that Acadian sort of writing on your Twitter profile. Mr. Chain Marine, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli.
Hey there, thanks, Gordon. Hey, Martin, good to hear from you. Good to see that you're out of prison.
Thanks.
I want to go back to an earlier comment you made about Bitcoin and its long-term viability.
Yeah.
Do you see Bitcoin as a potential to replace the petrodollar as a world reserve currency, and now this currency won't be based on oil or fiat, but electricity and energy? And if so, why would it be possible? And if not, why not? Thanks.
I think it's important any question you get asked to state how much conviction you have in your answer. And I think that, you know, one of the problems with answering questions, especially about the future, is that if you have low conviction, you probably shouldn't just you should just not answer the question at all, because obviously nobody can say with tremendous conviction what's going to happen to the Bitcoin. And then two, you should at least disclose that you have low conviction. So I can give you some opinions, but just keep in mind that my opinions have low conviction. So I could be wrong, and I'm okay with it being wrong. I might have to wrap this up because I see there's a New York Times person in here, and that's probably going to lead to me being
Kick
banned.
them.
So
This is an important question.
Who is the person, Mark?
Kevin Roos, I think. So I'm probably screwed at this point. Usually that's what happens. You know, as soon as a media person shows up, I'm sort of dead.
Just in time for my question, of course.
Yeah,
I
right.
posted it to Gordon, actually. I posted some charts
No,
of
don't worry
working
about
in
it.
the industry, if you want to take a look as well.
I'm being I'm being a little tongue in cheek, but so in any event, I think Bitcoin. I'm actually bearish on Bitcoin, which is weird for a crypto bro. And I could see the articles now. Pharma bro becomes crypto bro, but I'm bearish on Bitcoin in the long run because I think that if somebody were watching from Mars, they would think that we're crazy building this infrastructure, using this electricity to crunch numbers and do nothing to get the lowest nonce or whatever, that the lowest hash that's below the nonce is really crazy, or n once or whatever, however you pronounce it. I've only read it. You know, this is a really crazy thing. Then we just rebuild that cycle every new block, every new eon or whatever for the block. I think it's nuts, right? And it's obviously nuts. And I don't think it's sustainable. And I don't think Bitcoin is anything but just sort of the first thrust of, you know, what a really cool distributed ledger technology is. I think that the value is going to be in sort of utility tokens and not in store of value tokens. That doesn't mean I'm right? That doesn't mean that again, with my low conviction, I'm not saying that I'm 100% certain. Bitcoin probably, you know, can and will go to like 500,000 a Bitcoin or more, but I still think that it's important to sort of be skeptical, and be a cynic. I am a
Yeah.
short seller, so yeah.
Sorry, Martin. Part
No,
of
go
my
ahead.
conviction. Part of my conviction is right now we're at between 7 to 8 watt hours per satoshi in terms of mining cost. If you say it's going to go to 500,000, it's just a feedback loop. More miners will come in; they'll suck more energy. I see Bitcoin as a potential to create an energy arbitrage market where nation states can use their central bank digital currencies and trade Bitcoin with each other and use it as a kind of battery. I've been working and studying in the field and working in the electrical industry, so it's something I'm familiar with, especially power generation. And as Bitcoin, it's designed that way, right? As Bitcoin goes up, Satoshi designed it as it's more incentive for the miners. And then once this network is more secure because it's using more energy, then again, the price keeps going up. So it's just a thought or an idea that I have. I want to bounce it off you.
Yeah, and I'm right now being pretty cordial. Like I can go into goblin mode if some of the guys in chat want me to, and be full blown farmer bro. But I don't think many people want to see that. So I'm just
I don't mind personally, by the way. You can definitely give me your negative takes. I'm a Chainlink guy, so I'm into utility tokens as well and smart contracts. So I'm all about that as well.
I just see some of the comments, and some guy is saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not informed on the subject, which I think everybody would have left by then if that was true. But anyway, I do think that it's still ridiculous, right? The idea that this thing should consume electricity at all. I mean, you could be cryptographically secure without. I mean, I've heard the same argument from Bitcoin enthusiasts who believe that the hardness of the problem actually contributes to the sort of benefit of the platform, and I don't think that's true. I think if you look at Algorand or other sort of proof of stake coins, there are other ways to solve this. I think I even think that like Buterin's sort of so-called what does he call it, the trilemma, the blockchain trilemma, I think that's contrived. Like I think he just wants to make something like cap theorem. Cap theorem is proved. Cap theorem is real. But I think that the blockchain trilemma is a contrived problem that's
I would agree with
solvable.
you there. Yeah.
Yeah,
and I agree that crypto as a title for our industry is a mistake. I think that's held us back actually, and probably cost us a few years.
Yeah, I sort of was talking about that earlier. So cool talking. I mean, again, I don't know if I think Bitcoin's going to go up too, by the way. But I just think in the long run, the whole idea of like the whole world built on kind of this very flawed coin. And I wrote about this on my blog. Like, the biggest argument is the so-called Lindy effect, which you can also think of as the Metcalfe effect or the network effect. That the more users of a network, the more valuable it is. And you have this sort of first mover advantage and so forth. But if you look at the history of technology, there are plenty of sort of technologies that were usurped pretty quickly. So just because you get entrenched doesn't mean you're there forever. And I think that I wrote a little piece about certain technologies that'll sort of hang in there, and they get that Lindy effect, and then there's technologies that don't. So I think that I'm not trashing crypto. I'm sort of bullish on Ether, Solana, Algorand, stuff like that. I'm really, really, really bullish on Filecoin and Arweave and stuff like that. But I think that just having this weird store of value that's like this just bizarre, like, oh, trust us, this is valuable because it's valuable, and that's no different from fiat money. So why not, spin the roulette wheel? I think that's pretty stupid, and it's not going to last.
Have you heard this strange theory that it was John Nash who's actually Satoshi, and that he shortly died after the publication of the Bitcoin white paper, and thus that's the reason why Satoshi hasn't cashed in his tokens?
I haven't heard that, but I wouldn't be surprised if Satoshi has passed away. I don't know a lot about this situation. Obviously, there are a lot of people who are Satoshi candidates, whether it's Szabo or Back or tons of other obvious sort of questions, and I'm sure it's one of those dudes. But I doubt it would be Nash. I mean, that's a really kind of outlandish possibility. I think it's somebody who is about 40 or 50 years old, probably from London, that was a cryptography sort of scholar or practitioner. Because if you look at the field of if you look at the white paper, it's pretty clear that this person or people, it was probably just a person though, was just an expert in sort of cryptography. I mean, if you look at the literature in cryptography and the references that he made, it could be that guy. Who made oh gosh, it's Wei. Does it? Yeah, I believe Wei, who made one of the early precursors. So there's some pretty obvious candidates, but Nash would be really ridiculous, I think.
It is. It is a bit of a sort of a conspiracy meme. I think I like the meme more than the reality. Probably
It could.
that's why I have a
It
question.
could be. I think it could be, in terms of a really, really, really dark horse that would be mind blowing as to who it could be. Elon Musk is arguably there, right? He did PayPal. He knows, he says he knows a lot about finance. I think he tweeted that he knew more about financial systems than anyone. But it's unlikely because I think Satoshi was more of a cryptography and hardcore software guy. Hal Finney is obviously, another obvious answer. So who knows? Who cares? It's probably like the biggest mystery since JFK. So everyone's interested, but I don't know if we'll ever get an answer.
So the next person on stage is going to be Mr. Pepe himself, Chief Trumpster. Welcome to the stage. You're with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad you're out of prison. I had a question about the, because I know you're in pharma, question about the vaccine. I don't know if you got the vaccine or not. And I don't know if your thoughts about, corporations and kind of enforcing this vaccine mandate kind of nationwide.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds like you have your own opinion, but I'm actually wearing a vaccine T-shirt right now, so I'm pretty pro-vaccine. Of course, I got vaccinated. I think you're, terribly irresponsible if you don't get vaccinated. I think, I know a lot about medicine. I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. I have made medicines that have gotten FDA approval and stuff like that. So, you just have to be crazy to not, kind of believe or want to be, vaccinated or stuff like that, in my opinion.
Do you say any consequence though about, corporations kind of forcing this and making kind of nationwide where basically if you only have a job, you have a very tough time of getting, a job, you have a family and stuff, and you may have concerns. I just don't know if, I guess your thoughts about how much power corporations
Sure.
have over that, and affecting many people.
Well, the only party that can make a vaccine is a corporation. So you're sort of in this like weird definitional argument in a way because, yeah, I mean, to make a vaccine, it takes a lot of money and takes a lot of resources. So you have to, have some kind of company do it. And, whether that company should profit or not is another question. But I don't think there's anything wrong with Pfizer or Merck or one of these companies who makes tons of other vaccines, making vaccines and, like Gardasil, which has eliminated cervical cancer in many countries. Rates of cervical cancer are down like 90% because Gardasil, which is an HPV vaccine. And there was an outcry about Gardasil, unbelievably. I mean, basically, you had Bible Belt folks, no offense to anyone from those states, but you had folks jumping up and down and saying, my daughter is never going to have sex. What, are you crazy? And it was this really kind of like ridiculous thing. Like, listen, eventually people are going to have sex and it's better for them to be vaccinated against HPV so they don't get cervical cancer for someday. And so, the vaccines are really well studied. They're really well done. Like, there's no reason why anybody should be afraid of a vaccine. And I think the fact that it's gotten partisan is really, really crazy and unfortunate. So that's just my answer.
Hey, one quick elaboration. I would say that.
We do have a lot of people,
Okay,
and you have asked
I'll
two
just say
questions.
that for free speech, Cozy is a great platform, and Nick, I'm sure would love to have you on. But thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
Of course, thank you, Trumpster. So this person has been waiting for quite a while, and I very much enjoy the sort of Elmo GIF. And we're talking about drugs, so why don't we have a little bit of crack? ytcrack.eth. You're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hey, Martin. It's Whitey from Blab Days. Just want to say what's up.
Hey, man.
Glad
How
you're
are
out,
you?
dog. Hope you're still playing guitar.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to hear you and hear from you.
That's all. Love you. Bye.
Drop me a line someday. I want to chat with you about some stuff.
Do it. Rapper@gmail.com if you want to email me.
Rapper?
Rapper@gmail. Yep. All right. Minute.
All right. Thank you, Whitey. And thank you for the brevity. We have a lot of people wanting to speak. So the next person is going to be this person here. Wait. Jimmy Heaters. You're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed. Are you still there, Jimmy? Do you have a question?
Oh, sorry. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mr. Shkreli, how you doing? I was just
Great. How are you?
not too bad. Uh, it's been a real pleasure to listen to you talk. You talked a little bit earlier about how you kind of hinted at how you might have been behind some cryptocurrency ventures through a pseudonym, and I was wondering, with regards to now your image, maybe with the you could say spotlight on you in different ventures going forward. How are you going to deal with maybe bad PR or these people who might be coming after you in the news if you're going to be working pseudo-anonymously, or if some of the people you're working with are going to be working pseudo-anonymously?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good way to do things, and if you can mute your speaker, that'd be good. Okay, so yeah, if you see any DAO projects or DeFi projects with Enrique, you know immediately who it is. So I might do that, but I think that in general, I might have to work as a pseudonym, which is really a bizarre thing because again, I think I'm even nervous having this talk because I think unfortunately I'm dispelling the Pharma Bro myth and my old character that I'd love to slip into, and that I almost want to slip back into it because I hate to repair my reputation. But I think a pseudonym will work for some projects, and I think it doesn't have to work for other projects. I think there's going to be just a ton of different opportunities and a ton of different things. And I'm still an investor too, so you can't ban me from buying stuff. So ultimately, if I buy 10% of a company or 10% of a project or whatever, you can exclude me from a VC round. I mean, I've been excluded from every VC round. Every time I try to show interest, people run away scared off for obvious reasons. But if there's a publicly traded company or a decentralized opportunity, I can invest and you can't stop me, right? So I think that's one thing to keep in mind. So in any event, that's sort of how I'm going to handle the pseudonym thing. But I think a pseudonym would also be fun because having your mind blown if, like I said, Elon Musk turns out to be Satoshi, it would be like the ultimate mind fuck. And again, there's a 0.0001% chance that it's him. But I also like that idea of building the technical debt, as a programmer might say, of having a future reveal of a pseudonym being me and seeing how people are like, oh man, I really love that software, but I really hate that guy. Let me uninstall it. I'm joking. You can't uninstall software now anyway, right? But let me stop using it. So we'll see how it all goes out. I mean, again, I'm not gonna I'll keep my cards kind of as close to my vest as possible. And like I said, don't be surprised if a current popular project has my involvement in it already. So who knows?
Thank you, Mr. Shkreli. It's a pleasure.
All right, thanks, Jimmy. So this person as well has been waiting for a while, and I think could generate some certain interest. Palace, aka at Curve Thoughts. Curve Thoughts is on the stage. You're on stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hey, man. Nice to talk. You guys can hear me? I'll just assume you can. This is my second time talking to you as well. I actually called into one of your live streams in 2016. Glad to have you out, and thanks for spending time with us. So I have to notice that you seem really well adjusted, and kind of exactly yourself. And I was just curious, spending 6 years in prison and what was the time and how did you keep your mental health up, and how did you deal with isolation and some things that us degens deal with, and just curious what that journey was like for you.
Sorry, I was sort of paying attention to the chat. I didn't know I could chat while I was in here, so I just started harassing somebody in the chat. Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk shit in the chat, just sign up for a speaker and come do it to me and let me know, just how smart you really are. But it's easy to throw shots. And again, this is why Twitter is toxic, but Spaces isn't, because it's really easy to have the guts to type something and behind a pseudonym, but it's pretty hard to come here and go toe to toe with me. So I, advise you to come and try your best if you can.
Where's the are these just DMs, Martin?
Yeah,
Or is there...
no, just I guess there's a simultaneous chat. And again, I'm not upset. I'm just sort of having fun. But again, I would encourage anyone who wants to come here and troll me to do their best. You will meet your match in my estimation. But your question is based on this assumption again that prison is this disorienting, terrible experience, and it is, of course, to some extent, but it's not as disorienting and terrible as you might think. And I think that that's the first thing to understand, and that's almost a problem to some extent, that we've incarcerated so many people that, like, it's become a norm. Like 1 out of every 4 African American males will end up in prison at some point in their life. I mean, how crazy is that? Like how could that not boggle your mind, right? And the fact that we've like made these prisons like to a point where it's like comfortable and like you expect to go there and I'm just doing a little bit. You know how many times I've heard that people would say, "Oh, what's your sentence?" 7 years. Oh yeah, it's pretty good. Not so bad. And it's just remarkable how easy it is to acclimate to an environment as well. So I did 4.5 years almost exactly. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't good. I do think the longer you do, the less likely you are to come home and actually like be functional. So I think it's a really terrible thing when somebody gets 10 or 20 years and they basically are going to be disabled for the rest of their life, I think, and have a really, really hard time reintegrating and readjusting. So I don't know, man. I still have, this is my 3rd day. So, we still have some time and we'll see just how much I've changed. Hopefully I've changed for the better. Even I'm not too proud to say that I have a lot of flaws, and I hope that I can come out of this a better person. Like I said, it doesn't mean I'm not going to stick up for what I believe in. It doesn't mean that I'm going to cower before government or any other so-called authority. I'm still going to be who I am from that perspective, but I hope to be a little bit more thoughtful about the way I portray myself and stuff like that. So appreciate the question.
I have a quick intermediary question here. So when you actually leave the prison itself, is it like in the movies where they give you all these items from 5 or 6 years ago or something, and this sort of thing? And how do they arrange? Can you arrange for transportation away from the prison, or you just kind of have to like stand there, or people come pick you up? How does that work?
Yeah, I don't think it's a great use of time to go into it, but basically, yeah, you can arrange your family to pick you up, which is what happened here, and
Right.
you don't.
I was just curious, but
Yeah, it's not exactly like the movies, but it's pretty close, I'd say.
right. Okay. So Nicole, you previously came up and you didn't ask a question, so I'll give you one more chance. A double X poster. Nicole, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please
Hey,
proceed.
can you guys hear me? Oh,
Yes.
great. I think it didn't work when you brought me up before. Thank you. My question is about what you're building in Web3. I know you've mentioned you want to keep your cards close. So I guess just what are some of the projects that are most inspiring to you in the space? And what is it about Web3 that you like and that's motivating you to build?
Well, Web3, if you could just, yeah, thank you. So Web3 is obviously also kind of suffers from this misnomer problem, and what it even is, nobody knows, right? Like, obviously with libraries like React, which is what my old software startup before I went to jail focused on. You can build amazing things on websites that you could never even imagine you could see in a web browser. Like Mark's here again, my hero. I don't think anybody could have ever imagined, what we can do in a browser now when Netscape was born. And so what Web3 is, I'm not so sure that Web2 and Web3 are that different. Like, for example, with WebAssembly, the internet's going to open up a little bit, but obviously the decentralized aspect of Web3 defines it to some extent, like having a platform that's like a virtual machine that's like completely decentralized from the whole DNS system and the whole ICANN system, I think is important. And it's going to be a revolution, but I wonder if the real revolution is actually just in engineering itself. And like we have this big problem in web development where you have the DOM and you have to live with this document object model, right? Which is really hard to program on. Because it was designed by Brendan Eich a million years ago, or I'm sorry, the HTML people a million years ago. And, we've sort of just like retrofitted it a million times to try to like create something. It started with jQuery, and jQuery enabled you to traverse DOM nodes easily, and now React allows you to completely abstract the DOM, and React has enabled websites like Facebook to look like C# apps on Windows. And so where are we going to go from there? I don't know. I think that the obvious Web3 benefits of, like I said, having sort of a decentralized website that can't be taken down, we saw that with Parler, which, I have no special support for these weird alt-right, websites. Again, I'm a Republican, more or less. I'm sort of right-wing, more or less, but I'm not as binary as maybe, somebody who just believes everything Trump says or something like that. I'm a skeptical kind of person, and I generally would vote Republican, but it doesn't mean anything really to me. I just as quickly vote for Obama, who I really liked, for instance. So anyway, the point I'm making is Parler was deplatformed, right? And that would never happen on Web3. So I think that's really cool. I think that this instant reaction of like, oh no, we can't have Parler on our AWS, or we can't have Parler on even a hosting, just any hosting sort of platform at all, is a really terrible thing. And the great thing about Web3, I think, is this sort of sturdiness that's gonna allow not just people in America, but people around the world in authoritarian regimes and things like that to be able to use apps and to get news. And maybe we wouldn't have a war in the Ukraine if there was Web3 wallets everywhere and people could read news from a distributed sort of news service that wasn't, firewalled off by China or Russia or whatever. So I'm really excited, like I guess Buterin is as well, for like the dream of this stuff actually helping the world and not just, being a VC capitalist endeavor, which is really important to me, don't get me wrong. But, there's a lot of benefits that could come in a lot of different dimensions. And, I don't know what the future is. I'm really excited about proof of humanity. So it's not necessarily maybe a Web3 thing, but I think it's a really amazing way to sort of solve the identity problem. And any of these identity passport things are really awesome. So I'm looking forward to seeing how those evolve. I hope that helps.
It does, thank you. There's a developer from WorldCoin, who's a friend of mine who's in the audience, who would have some interesting insights about the identity issue.
Yeah, I hope they. I've heard about WorldCoin. I hope they follow me or DM me or whatever. I think it's a really cool idea. I mean, it's an amazing idea. How exactly it can be pulled off and scaled and all that, I don't know. I'm sure he could tell me, but I don't know a lot about WorldCoin, so I'll leave that alone. But I do think like there's a lot of amazing ways to sort of think about how to establish identity in a decentralized way and get people access to things that can't be firewalled off. So I really hope that it continues to grow.
Great, thank you. I'd also recommend that you check out Lens Protocol. It's a decentralized social graph, and it allows NFT profiles that you can stream content to. So that could be another way to solve the problems you're talking about.
Cool.
Thank you, Nicole. Apparently, the pop star Sia is in the audience. She's DMing, trying to DM me, trying to get up, but it's under. Let me see if it's here. Bianca. I do not. Whatever your profile that you're requesting under, Bianca Sia, I cannot see it. So close out the app and re-request. Otherwise, I cannot see it. I cannot bring you up. So, but that would be an interesting person to bring up. The next person who is going to come up is, Martin, as you said that you're perhaps a fan of one of our former presidents. We have Bitcoin Barry Obama on the stage. You are talking to Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hey, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Hey, Martin. So like crypto's like full of scammers and crypto Twitter tends to not really like scammers, and you're kind of a convicted scammer. Um, don't you think the dick riding in this room's a little bizarre?
Well, I guess that's up to the dick riders, isn't it? This is just my old, I'm just the owner of the dick.
That's a fair response.
Barry, do you have any other anything else substantive or Martin, I know you were saying that you wanted to kind of challenge people on stage, so whatever you were.
Yeah,
Well,
no, no.
I
I'm
think
just curious. Do you think it's bizarre that people sort of are riding your dick in here?
well, I think what you're trying to say is that maybe you're trying to say that you don't like me and you're surprised that some other people like me.
I'm very surprised, and I'm wondering why you think they like you.
Maybe you should do less speaking and more listening.
Nobody really explained why they like you. I'm asking you why you think they like you.
Maybe it's because they like the things I'm saying. I mean, I can speculate on why people like me, but maybe you should ask the people.
I was just asking
Indeed,
you
that is a good point. Thank you, Barry. Unless it was going to get into some sort of interesting repartee,
Arguments are always interesting, but they're very not productive, right? And that's the problem with
also
Twitter is like
they're like full of advanced repartee. So
yeah, we can
we
all
have another.
we can all fight and have fun fighting, but it's entertaining and it's popcorn eating material, but it's not fucking useful, right?
We have another double X poster. Mysteriously, many of these women, they're all Indian women. We support Indian women in tech. So here's Anisha. I assume you are Indian or something, maybe Pakistani or something, right? So Anisha, please, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli.
Hi. I didn't actually think I was going to come up on stage, but now that I'm up here.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How are you?
Great.
Have you had a sip of water since you've started talking on the space?
No, I can't drink alcohol right now. I'm in a halfway house, so I'd go right back to jail for
No, like
doing
a
that.
sip of water.
Oh, I thought you said wine. No, not really, actually.
Not parched. Nice. So
If you do one like ever done an IPO roadshow or a secondary offering, like you have to meet with like 15 different investors in one like day, and it's like the most disorienting, difficult thing. But I guess I'm used to having these like marathon sessions of just talking.
wow, that's good. I think every time I try to talk too much, I lose my voice. But question I had for you is if you never get the ENS sent to you that you have publicly said that you'd like, what would you consider as like the one you'd tie to your wallet?
I think the ENS thing is a little silly to some extent. I mean, it's vanity. It's kind of this Veblen conspicuous consumption thing, which permeates crypto quite a bit. Where you're signaling through a purchase, that has no actual utility. That's existed in economics for a long time, and obviously the fashion companies in Italy have made a living off of it. A Gucci handbag has no greater utility than a plastic bag, practically, but one is worth a lot and one isn't. So I think the vanity ENS thing is fun. It's cool, but at the end of the day, it's not that important. And you're talking to a guy that never really spent a lot of money. As much as I was joking earlier about private jets and Hamptons houses, I was still a pretty stingy guy. And if you ever watched my live streams, you would know that I'm not a big money spender. I had a lot of executives, one or two ranks below me on org charts, who had much nicer places than I did. So splurging on an Ethereum ENS domain is not something you're likely to see me do. Again, I maybe pay a couple, Ethereum for one or something like that, but that's about it. After that, it stops being fun and it starts being crazy. I kind of use a rule of thumb of 0.1% of your net worth can be spent frivolously. But once you start getting into like 1% or 5% or 10%, you're starting to lose discipline. And I don't think these ENS things will be that valuable, to be honest. I mean, who knows? They might be. If Facebook wants the Facebook one, maybe it'll pay a lot of money for one. Who knows? Maybe they already started. It's a really cool way to get out of the ICANN and DNS system, but at the same time, like there's, I'm sort of skeptical that it'll really last and live forever. Who knows? Maybe it will, maybe it won't.
Cool. Thank you. Last question. If you have a question that you wish people would ask.
Really do questions.
Oh,
So.
actually, I can jump down. Thanks.
Sorry about that, but I keep getting pestered that I'm not letting people up that I can't even see in the chat. So The next person that we're going to let up is Robin, Rockin' Robin, the famous Rockin' Robin on Twitter. You are on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed.
Hey, well, thanks for having me on. Good evening. I hope you're enjoying Brooklyn. So, my question is, what are some of the benefits of embodying the farmer bro persona? Because, like, I think we've seen some of the cons. We're very well aware of it, but what are some of the pros?
Yeah, I mean, it's really, to me, sort of a there aren't a lot is the first answer, the easy answer. Clearly. I think the thing to me is I find it really funny that people can buy a like false narrative forever, and like it never like gets dispelled. And like I've never really tried that hard to dispel it, but like it's amazing that you can kind of like have this really really big lie that you didn't start, but you don't necessarily go out of your way to dispel, and it just persists or even grows. And it's a fascinating study, and kind of a, somebody mentioned social graph earlier. Maybe it's a fascinating kind of concept in graph theory or something like that, where you can see how this information propagates, and whether it has truth content or not, it'll still propagate depending on who propagated it. So it's sort of fascinating from a social experiment side, because I tend to think like I don't know, if you have enough skill, resources, or whatever, like it doesn't really matter what media says about you or thinks about you. And I've never found it to be you know that huge of a problem until I got into legal trouble. But in any event, I think that the benefits are like just talking with friends about like, wow, like can you believe people really buy this? And like being shocked with buddies that have known me for a long time, my family, all sort of saying like, wow, that's not you at all, like how can people even remotely believe this? And it's sort of a fun thing to be astonished and watch how long it'll go. And again, every time I do something like this, I sort of erode at the edifice of pharma bro. But I probably need to do that at some point. But it's still like, here 7 8 years later, people are still like, oh, I thought this guy was like a frat boy jerk or something. But and maybe you still think that after listening, or not you specifically, of course. But in any event, I think the more you like do performance art, which like Andy Kaufman was like really cool to me, and people like that, like you could totally sort of see it as performance art, what I've done over the last 7 years. And it's been a labor of love, I guess. It's cost me a lot of money. It's cost me probably hundreds of millions of dollars, but and time in prison. But ultimately, it's still been that fascinating to me to go through it and see like people collectively lose their minds and believe a false image of me. And it's just really interesting to me. But again, I've tried to fight at first, kind of the perception of me, and I just couldn't. And I just sort of let it simmer. And I think you've seen that like, there's this big subculture of people that support me. While I was in prison, a number of top like people on the Billboard chart wrote me letters like, hey man, we really like you and support you, but we can't say that we do because we get like all our fans would leave us. And we have the same dynamic in business where people are like, man, I'd really love to work with you, but I think I'd have a problem with future employment if I had you on my resume. Um, so there's a lot of that dynamic that's really frustrating. But to me, I was just incredulous that this thing could actually gain momentum. Like, I thought people would eventually be like, oh yeah, yeah, he's not a bad guy. What he's saying makes sense. But it just ran, off the charts, and I just couldn't stop it. So I figured I'd embrace it. And I don't know, it was a weird decision. It was really interesting. Had really interesting side effects, as you can see.
Thanks. Is there anything you might have changed when developing this persona?
Are you saying, I didn't hear the first part of your question? Sorry.
Oh yeah. If you were to do this again, would there have been anything you would have done differently?
Yeah, it's a really tough one because like I guess the standard thing to do in corporate America when you have a scandal is to just turtle, if you will, just like put your head in the sand and ignore it and hope it goes away. And anything you say will just make it worse. And I got that advice, and I still opened my mouth and made it worse. So I think from a purely financial perspective, I certainly would have done something different. But from a individualistic kind of who am I perspective, looking in the mirror, like I'm the kind of person that stands up for what he thinks is right. And I think what I did with that drug was right, whether anyone believes that or not. I could defend it, and I've done it in other venues. I won't bother doing it here, but I believed in it, and I believe in it now, and I have no problem sort of defending capitalism and pursuit of profit and sort of Milton Friedman style economics. But you have to ask yourself, like, are you willing to sacrifice values and certain ideals that you have for pleasing other people, even if you have a really unpopular opinion? And I think that for me, well, you know exactly how sort of I feel. I'm willing to sort of take a lot of heat for something I believe in, and especially something I believe in deeply. So I think that's all I've got.
All right, thank you, Robin. Hope you enjoyed it. So I'm getting a lot of people saying that they're more or less requested to come up. I cannot see you, so if I cannot see you, you must reload the app, or her alt Bianca or whatever, what have you. So please be advised.
Twitter is pretty buggy in general.
Well, this is a truly massive spaces, so I think it might be bugging out a little bit.
You think that this is bigger than average?
Oh, most definitely. I think this is one of the larger Twitter spaces that's ever been held, to be honest.
Yeah, but I'll still be banned, so
I think you might be fine. But so the next speaker is Rodin's Revenge. Do you have any revenge on Martin? Let's hear about it. You're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Please proceed. Rodin, do you have a question? If you don't have a question, there's other people who want to speak. So
I love how formal you are as an attorney. Like, please proceed. This isn't court.
oh no, I try to make it a little bit standard, but we could be like, holla at Martin, holla bitch, whatever you prefer, Martin.
I'm joking. I'm just pulling your leg.
So the next person up is going to be. We've heard a lot about this sort of raw egg and raw milk nationalism. So what better person than Spy Milk? You're on the stage with Martin Shkreli.
Hi, Martin. Thanks for having me up.
Hey.
I really like your Rothko strawberry milady. That's so gorgeous.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna make this brief because I know you have a lot of people requesting. First, I wanted to ask, are you bullish on seed oil capital?
Of course, that's my biggest position.
Love that. And then second, will we see you at the Milady Rave this Friday?
I can't make this Friday. Isn't today Friday?
It's a week from now.
Oh, I wish. Where is it?
It's in New York. I can DM you the flyer for it. We follow each other.
Oh my god, I actually might be able to make it. It's extremely unlikely, but I will ask the powers that be here if I can make it, and if I can make it, I'll just show up and it'll be really lit.
You totally should. Wait, that's awesome. Okay.
But it's probably not going to happen, but who knows?
Okay, thanks. That's all. I'll hop down now. Thank you, Martin.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Spy Milk, seed oils, raw milk, raw egg nationalism. Very good. The next person who is going to come up is, sorry, the app's bugging out for me a little bit here, is Micah. Micah, you're on the stage with Martin Shkreli. Micah, are you there?
Oh yeah, I am. Thank you. Yeah, Martin. I'm just curious. Kind of a more politically correct version of that dick riding guy, but you seem to be really well revered by a lot of people, and there's a lot of really respectful folks in here listening. And so, I'm just curious, like, why do you think that you are kind of revered in the way that you are, and do you think you're deserving of it? And I guess, is there anything that you have coming up or planned that you're really excited about that you think will be maybe more worthy for some of the more skeptical folks? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a silly question from some perspectives because ultimately you're asking me why do I think people like me? Because I like me. So I mean, there's some reasons. But I'll start with the list of my accolades. Like I've written and won an enormous number of different like patents, different clinical trials I've designed. I made many hundreds of millions of dollars before the age of 40. Let's see, I took several companies public that I created from scratch. I was the CEO of a publicly traded company that was worth quite a lot at just the age of 30. So I've accomplished some things. Like, I don't know, maybe you've read the media narrative and you don't like me, but, I don't know. I've been successful. I think I know a lot about a lot of different things. Like, you're asking me to like give you a sales pitch on me in essence, and that's my sales pitch.
Oh yeah, I'd say for the record, I didn't really have a strong opinion at all. I just, I did aware of obviously the kind of media around you, but yeah, definitely after listening over the past hour, I feel, much more favorably for sure. Not that that matters
Cool.
to you,
Yeah,
but yeah,
I'm not trying to be combative. It's just sort of like a strange question, right? Like if you like somebody asked you, what do people like about you or don't like about you, you'd have a hard time being objective, in my estimation.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, anyway, thank you.
All right, thank
And I
you.
guess, yeah, I just have one more
Go
question,
ahead.
more point to add there, Gordon. As I thought about it, I think one of the things that people really are attracted to is just individuality, and just being willing to be yourself is one of the hardest things in life to do. Like just being able to say, this is who I am, take it or leave it. I'm not going to change my opinion based on who I'm talking to on Monday versus Tuesday. I'm not going to change my political viewpoint, because a lot of people don't like it or something like that. And having the guts to actually just sort of do that. I think college kids and especially like me, because they're at this like transition moment where they have to ask themselves how much of their individuality, which mattered a lot to them, and they could be freaks, they could be, somebody totally, totally who they are, unedited, unvarnished. And now they're going into the corporate world or whatever it is, where they actually now have to sort of hunker down and be somebody else. And I think that when I give talks at colleges, like I talked at Harvard and Columbia and Princeton, and I got standing ovations from all these kids who really loved me. And I think it's because like you have this fear as you grow up that you have to change who you are, and you have to like be careful and use all these euphemisms and HR speak and PR speak to avoid controversy and avoid showing who you are and what you really mean and what you really want to say. And I think that that's something that I don't care about. So I think being able to be successful and still actually kind of be yourself is one of these really, really hard things to do. And I think it's one of the reasons people respect Elon Musk to some extent, right? Like he really just doesn't give a shit. And you can see all of his warts. Like clearly the guy's got some issues, but he's also the richest man in the world. So he's technically the most quote unquote successful. So, the fact that he's willing to be himself, warts and all. And again, I hate to make it political, but if you look at the president, the former President Trump, who I'm not the biggest fan of, um, but I would take over Hillary at least. I hope Trump doesn't run for reelection, for instance. But regardless, the point is that this is a person who is forget Elon Musk. This is a person who has an enormous number of problems and is still somebody that people like because, at the very least, he's not phony, right? And you might think Trump's really phony. Who knows? And maybe he is. But he's the sort of person that at least sort of reveals who he is. And I don't think you get that out of Biden. I don't think you get that out of Hillary. And maybe
One of the quotes I remember on the various chans here on Twitter, one of the threads I found quite interesting was these quotes by Napoleon, more or less, saying that the vast majority of people don't accomplish anything in their lives because, especially people who are quite skilled, they could do something because they're constantly thinking more or less about the potential repercussions of their actions, such that they're paralyzed by premeditation. And one of these, and Napoleon has several quotes on this, but one of the more powerful ones that he has is, at a certain point, you just have to kind of give yourself over to destiny, over to fate, right? You have to be who you are. And sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. But if it does work, it could work out quite positively. but you're definitely not going to achieve that by engaging in this sort of very corporatized, sterilized behavior, as you say, Martin.
Yeah, that makes sense, but there's an obvious logical flaw in that as well. Whereas if you like, for example, that would apply. Everything you just said would apply to somebody who is like a neo-Nazi or something, right? Like, or it would apply to Hitler. So, like, you'd have to sort of temper it with some kind of moral compass and some ethical
Oh,
compass. Which,
of course, and even it's quite ironic coming from Napoleon himself, right? Because he ended up on the island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, right? So,
right,
but
right.
at least he had some fun times before he did it, right?
Well, I think you're, the benefit of history, you could say fun times, but it wasn't very fun for all the wars he had, right? I mean, he was sort of I don't know history that well, but I think you know it's hard to sort of you know I guess exalt or put Napoleon on a pedestal. To me, like,
Oh,
you know
sure. What I
I
find
don't
very
know.
fascinating about him in particular is that I don't know if you've ever seen the his like little godforsaken house on Saint Helena out in the middle of nowhere, but to be a guy who literally controlled and shaped the fates of nations, the entire world, and then to end your life, and then having all of those memories and experiences, and then to basically end your life tending your small garden under the British watch. It's quite a striking portrait.
Yeah, fascinating.
All right. So, having said that, I think the app is working maybe a little bit better now. But the next person up is going to be cold pizza. Cold pizza. I prefer hot pizza, but maybe Martin prefers cold. So, you're on the stage. Are you there, cold pizza? Now I'll give you a few more seconds here. Cold pizza, are you there?
Yeah, just press the unmute button. I'm joking. Um,
All right. I guess they're not there. Okay.
oh,
The
wait,
next.
they went on mic. I see they have mic. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
at the last second or something. Let me see
Yeah.
if I can resurrect the request here.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, yeah, I can't see a cold pizza, so unfortunately that pizza will remain cold. Oh, let's see. The next one is interesting account. Middle class investing. You're on the stage. Middle class investing. Are you there?
I think you have to give it a second. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah. You've middle class investing. You've waited for an hour to talk to Martin Shkreli, so here's your chance.
Boo.
Another one. Another dud. All right, we have someone who is just raising their hand. Okay, Tony, very online. You have been raising your hand, so you're very online. You're online now with Martin Shkreli.
Hi, Martin. Long time listener of the program, first time caller. Transhumanism, based or cringe?
I think it's based. I just think it's too early, right? Like, there's no real transhumanism that's possible at the moment. So, we're all pretty human, unfortunately. So, where that goes, it'll be interesting. Like, one company that I was pretty interested in and was an early investor in was Dexcom. And I was shocked to learn that, like, tons of people have Dexcoms now for, I'm not sure great reasons, but like Dexcom is a continuous glucose monitor for anybody who doesn't not familiar with it. But basically, it kind of measures your blood glucose actively, and it's remarkable. And that's sort of a transhuman concept there. Like, I do think we're gonna start to integrate with technology. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if uh, that more and more we have sort of embedded systems and different sort of things working in us and on us that understand us. And like the Dexcom thing works with your iPhone, right? So you can just see your blood glucose anytime, all the time, and that's amazing. But it's just one data point, and can you extend that to liquid biopsy? Can you extend that to all types of other kind of neat data points that you can get an alert on your phone, like, oh, you just got a mutation, and a couple of cells are now cancerous in your wherever. That'd be really amazing kind of tweet to get, or I'm sorry, alert to get, and what you do about it, I'm not so sure, but you could probably develop something like that someday, and probably be someday somewhat soon. So if you look at the liquid biopsy companies, to some extent, it might be a digital biopsy, and you could have, something like that. So I think from that standpoint, at least from the medical side, I can certainly speak to so-called transhumanism starting to actually come to fruition. But from computational side of sort of digitizing neural network or like recapitulating somebody's brain state digitally, I think we're still really, really far away from that. So anyway, fun question for sure, but I hope that helps and answers it.
Philosophically or otherwise, do you think there should be any kind of limiting principle to the augmentations, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, really good question. I'm sort of out of my wheelhouse here. I'm not the first person to ask about ethics and morals. Jokes aside, I think again, it's a better question for somebody else. Like to me, I'm a technologist, so I'd focus on how to make it happen and make it happen anyway. And I think other people should probably think about what should that limitation be. Like we already are seeing it, by the way, right? Like countries that have Google are growing faster than countries that don't, or countries that have smartphones are growing faster than countries that don't. So like you have a technological supremacy thing, and if you look at the U.S., like all the success in our companies and things like that, like there's a reason that we dominated the whole internet boom, and that there's no Google in Europe. There's no Google of Europe, I should say. There's no Facebook of Europe. There's no Apple from China. There's no Microsoft from China, and it's because we've fostered this community. But now that cuts both ways. Like all that innovation and wealth accretes to us and doesn't accrete elsewhere. So the same thing is going to happen with this technology. It's just a different technology, and so the question is, are you going to have people that use this technology to augment, their intelligence or their physical abilities or whatever, and then do those, benefits accrete unfairly across the globe? I mean, we've seen that with vaccines, right? So we have a really, really lot of questions we have to ask in general, not just of so-called transhumanism, but also just in equality and sort of things like that, and equity, I guess, in general.
All right, thank you, and we're going to move on to the next person here as well. If you'd like to come up, and if you're in the room and I can't see your request, just put it on Twitter or something, and I'll try to find you. But I think the app is kind of glitching out a little bit here. The next person up is going to be. Wait, oh no, I don't want to make them. I don't want to do that. The next person up is going to be Coco. Coco, you're on the stage.
Hello. Hey, sorry. I do apologize. My question got answered got asked by someone else before, and you answered it well. So I don't want to waste anyone's time. If I could request my spot go to 0x God King or Noah of Markets if they're waiting, that'd be great.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Coco. There we go. The next person who's been waiting for quite a bit at the top of the list here is, and this is a perhaps veiled reference to that famous episode of South Park, Man Bear Pig. Instead, this is Whale Bear Man. Whale Bear Man is on the stage, a chimera of epic proportions.
Yeah, great to be here. Awesome that you guys are doing this space. Thought it was a troll for a while, but honestly, at this point, listening the whole time, you guys have covered a lot of topics, so I figured I'd kind of jumble up my categories into actual topics that you could pick. Um, if you want to talk about more than one, that's fine if you have time. But my topics are future AI, Roku's Basilisk, quantum computing, rich people Bitcoin, monopolies, tally sticks, social credit scores, and
Please, Whale Bear Man, as we were saying before, give yourself over to destiny and pick one.
No, this is cool. I like.
Oh,
I like,
fair enough, Martin. Go ahead.
I like what he's doing. I'll touch on quantum computing. I spent a lot of time in jail thinking about and reading about quantum computing. Um, what can you say about it? It's going to be probably not as important as some people think. Um, it could be much, much more important than we think. It's going to be one of these distributions that's unclear at the moment. I'm really interested in like IonQ and the stuff Google is doing and IBM and so forth. And it's a space I'm watching really closely. But what's fascinating about quantum computing is that you're asking questions about complexity. And if you read about, Scott Aronson is, I think, like the smartest guy on the planet, after myself, of course. But Scott, yeah, right. The Scott is a true genius who has a great blog called Shetzel Optimized, and he talks about things like basic questions like P equals NP, and he has this complexity zoo as well. And reading his book, Quantum Computing Since Democritus, was really awesome, and I recommend reading it. There's so many great questions about what exactly what world do we live in, and reading Bostrom's work, which Elon Musk highly recommends his work, including this great paper he wrote, which is "Are We Living in a Simulation?" Which sounds ridiculous and funny, but if you read the paper, you'll actually start to believe that he has a really strong argument for why not only is it possible we're living in a simulation, but it's almost, in fact, certain is his logical argument, which you can buy or not buy. But I think it's important, and it dovetails with quantum mechanics, and you start to get these mathematical and philosophical questions that come out of quantum mechanics. And again, I'd start, if anybody wants to start in the space, it's pretty heady stuff that requires a lot of background knowledge, which is, I think, another commentary I would have someday on how getting to the frontier of interesting things right now requires deep expertise in so many different fields. Like understanding quantum complexity is requires like 10-15 years of prerequisites in other areas, which quite frankly I don't really have, um, as much as I'll try and pretend. But I'm glad people like Aronson are doing it. But we're at sort of the final frontiers of knowledge in some ways, or it seems like what we're looking at. And I was joking about the discreteness of matter and time, for instance, in a blog post or with some friends lately. And I think there's a lot of like interesting things that quantum computing can sort of lend, um, actually answers to questions about like what is matter, and like is time only flow in one direction, and is matter discrete, really interesting philosophical and physical questions that we can't answer, um, possibly without quantum computing. So we'll see. But that's one area that I just call out as like something that's really interesting, not just from a um, economic perspective, but also like a humanity and philosophical perspective. I would keep a close eye on quantum computing as well as complexity in general, not just quantum complexity, but complexity, period.
I guess like to simplify that long answer, it was like superposition over time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
All right, well, Bear Man, thank you very much.
I'm
Appreciate
actually in superposition as we speak.
it.
I would caution you not to observe me though, because it would be a big problem.
In line with Whale Bear Man, that unspeakable chimera, we have another beast, an ancient monster from the deep. And that monster is a kraken. This is Mr. Jesse Powell. You are on the stage with Martin.
Hey, thanks for having me up. I wanted to go back to something that you said earlier about the vaccine, and I think you were referring to the COVID vaccines when you said it was irresponsible to not get vaccinated. And I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on that. If you think that maybe it might be irresponsible to vaccinate everyone, just as sort of like an existential threat to humanity before we have longer term results available.
Yeah, I mean, again, I have a lot of experience with the Food and Drug Administration and what it takes to get a drug FDA approved, and I'll definitely expand on it. I don't want to seem like I'm just, dismissing the concern out of pocket, because, that would be exactly what I don't like out of people. All I'd say is that the vaccine has been tested better than any medicine has ever been tested in the history of medicine. So that's sort of one thing it has going for it. And the other thing that I think is a common misconception is that vaccines are very interesting from a pharmacokinetic and pharmacology perspective. One of the things to know about vaccines is, unlike any other drug you might take, you take vaccine and it's out of your system basically within hours or within days at the longest. So it's impossible for an agent to have a pharmacodynamic effect on any protein or sort of protein interaction or protein ligand interaction or even a gene interaction. Like these things are just not possible. Once your body makes sort of an immune memory to an antigen, that's it. The antigen's gone. It gets degraded really quickly, and you have this like immunological software upgrade. And there's nothing wrong with having it. It's possible, perhaps, that you make this sort of weird sort of antibody that cross reacts with other proteins in your body. Sure, it's like distantly possible, but usually you would see that side effect right away. There's no long term effect. Like if you make an antibody that, like, say, would bind COVID-19 spike protein, but it would also bind some important like cardiovascular protein in your heart, like you would know immediately. It wouldn't take a long time to manifest. It would probably be seen right away. And after vaccinating a billion or 5 billion people or however many people have been vaccinated, like we know that this is one of the safest vaccines ever made. People aren't dropping like flies. You would see it immediately. So I think like it's pretty irresponsible to not, to let people sort of get this risk of this virus when there's a really, simple solution. So I was really happy to be vaccinated. I didn't want to get some terrible, respiratory disease. I got COVID anyway, of course. That's one of the problems with the current vaccine technology is it gets one conformation of the viral protein. It doesn't get them all. And, that technology will be improved over time. But ultimately, I think that, being a vector for further viral transmission is irresponsible. A lot of people are young and they're very happy to sort of, not be vaccinated. But, the problem is the person, like I had a friend in the hip hop community who recently died named DJ K Slay. He's a somewhat popular DJ, rap guy from New York. And he died at 55 from COVID. And again, he got this from somebody who's probably young and reckless and didn't give a shit about whether or not, they transmitted the virus. My father and mother are older than that. And at some point, they're just, if nobody gets vaccinated or not enough people get vaccinated, they're going to get it and they could possibly die. And I don't want my parents to die. So I think it is a little irresponsible for younger people to sort of say, well, I'm going to buck the system. I'm not going to do it. And I'm a libertarian. So, like, I don't think anybody should be forcing you to get a vaccine. But I also don't think that, like, you can make a plausible argument as to why you shouldn't. But that's just my 2 cents.
But thanks for that. I mean, but we're not talking about
Bye,
like
dude.
polio, right? I mean, we're talking about
Time to
people
go,
that have
bro.
the vaccine are getting it and retransmitting it.
I think you have somewhat of a limited biological understanding. Getting the vaccine will limit transmission of the virus. There's a lot of sort of misunderstandings of that, but I think we've given this question enough attention, to be honest.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jesse, Mr. Powell. The next person, and as I continue to respond, see as alt. I cannot see her in the audience. I cannot see her in the requests. Log out, log in a different account. And we'd love to have her up here, but cannot see her, cannot add her. So log into another account. I don't know. The next person who comes up is going to be SPC. Is that SPLC or is it just SPC? I'm not sure, but here you go. You're on stage.
Yeah, Martin, pleasure to be here, ma'am. I believe
Thanks.
while your initial legal troubles were going on, you offered 5,000 for a strand of Hillary Clinton's hair. Just wanting to see where we're at in the process of leading to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
So an elaborate joke that it actually got me thrown in jail, and it probably got me an extra few years in prison because the judge sort of saw a darker, weirder side of me. I was making this weird joke because there's this weird lizard person meme that Hillary Clinton's not a real human being, so she's a lizard. So I made this joke about like, oh well, if I just had some DNA, I could determine, whether she's a lizard or not. And it was just a really, really dumb joke at a political opponent, and it was taken seriously and sort of spun out of control by this like weird New Yorker journalist that wanted to basically get me in trouble. So he made a big dust up about it, and I got thrown in prison that day or a couple days later, and it was really nuts because there is freedom of speech, and nevertheless, it doesn't apply to certain circumstances like the one I was in. So c'est la vie, but no, that was just a joke. I don't think Hillary Clinton's a lizard. I think she's probably a really good person. Not my political cup of tea, and we are sort of philosophical opponents, but I admire her in some ways. She's accomplished a lot, but obviously really don't agree with the politics. And I hopefully that doesn't mean that we can't all coexist. I hope that all of us start to be a little less partisan and a little less crazy, and just calm down a little. Thanks, man.
Appreciate the time.
All right, thank you, SPC. The next person up, it is not going to be a Mary Sue, as they say in certain feminist discourse. It's going to be Mary Lou. You're on stage.
Hey, Martin. Thanks for all the time you've given us. I've been really surprised by how thoughtful you are. I was wondering if you'd comment on the decentralized science movement and where you think it should go.
Oh yeah. Shit. So I'm actually working on a decentralized science project. I started it in prison. My brilliant collaborator Jason created a number of impressive computational chemistry suites. Jason was one of these guys who was a software whiz and became chemistry whiz, amazingly quickly. And we really enjoyed sort of talking and working together on certain projects. We did this little, basic COVID screen together when COVID just came out, and we got a lot of great hits. And we, I think, innovated quite a bit on how to run a sort of Kubernetes cluster, to do computational chemistry. But in any event, I do think that decentralized science is especially in this little computational chemistry area. You'll probably see something from me there pretty soon. That's just one small area though. But if you look at like how science works, there's so much overlap and repeated experiments. Obviously, experiments need to be repeated, by the way, but overly repeated experiments that don't need to be done. Like if we could make an simple like affinity database of ligands for certain proteins, it would be remarkably less work that we'd have to do over and over again to sort of establish certain criteria. Work that's done inside a pharma is often replicated at other pharmas. Well, some protein that everyone wants to crack, like KRAS or whatever other protein, people do the same experiments over and over and over and over again, and they should just share their results. Like for toxicology, this is something close to my heart because I'm sort of an animal rights person, and toxicology is euthanization of animals and pharmaceuticals. So it's very important to establish safety for medicine before you know letting people try it. But it's I think irresponsible and really unethical, quite frankly, to put to death dozens of dogs and other higher species like rhesus macaques, where you're doing the same damn experiment over and over again across 20 different companies in the industry. It really is unfortunate to see that happen, and maybe distributed science could, or decentralized science could help with something like that. So there's hundreds of places that you could go with this. The white space is enormous. R&D is gigantic part of commercial and academic enterprise. So like I think you're onto something really smart there, and I hope you pursue it yourself.
Thank you, Mary. Hope you enjoyed it. The next person up is going to be El Señor Trevor McKendrick. Les presento. Trevor, do you not speak Spanish? I thought you were doing banking for Spanish
Yeah,
speakers.
no, I do. I'm back. Hey, Martin. Super glad to have you, man.
Thanks
Quick
a lot.
question. What's the biggest delta between how you expected person to be versus what it ended up being?
Oh, what a wonderful question. I have to think about that for a minute. I would say it was a lot more sort of forlorn and depressing, to watch people kind of get stuck in a rut over and over again. So many criminals are sort of proud, right, of their sort of bad boy badness. But you'll meet people who are like, either after a while or almost immediately sort of just really kind of, you know, in this terrible rut, and they're like, man, I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I fucked my life up this way and this much. And you can imagine in the heat of the moment, or maybe even premeditated, like dealing drugs and selling drugs and then getting slammed with a 20-year sentence. Like that kind of person can't hold their head up high for obvious reasons, and they, nor should they maybe. But you know, meeting hundreds and hundreds of men, maybe thousands of men that had, you know, basically deeply, you know, screwed up their lives, and watching them be sort of contrite and depressed and, you know, really, really bummed about it, was interesting. You know, prison certainly has its group of people who are boastful and, you know, saying, I'm going right back out to do the same thing and so forth. But I think even behind that facade, you have this, you know, of even the toughest gangsters who you won't imagine some of the guys I made acquaintances with in there. I mean, every gang, every mafia, every country, like I've gotten to chop it up with, you know, all of those folks. Um, you know, there's still a deep sadness behind all of these people, and a deep regret. And I wonder if, you know, a lot of these punishments are kind of overdone. You know, that was sort of the biggest thing for me. You know, I thought I'd come into a world where people were really proud of who they were, really proud of, like, you know, their the one thing they could take with them, which was their toughness or their recklessness or whatever. But you'd actually see this like reflection of a lot of people, like, wow, I'm really fucking up. Like, I met one guy, for instance, who uh, went to jail 5 times for the same crime, which is called the Hobbs Act, and 5 different times in 5 different parts of his life. And at some point, that's just sort of like a psychological complex. You know, you have a person who's sort of addicted to the thrill of crime, and you know, it's really sad. And I talked to him about it, and he sort of agreed that it wasn't about the money that he was doing the crime for. It was about the act itself, which is really remarkable. So I don't know what the solution to the criminal justice problem is. Obviously, on one side, you can't let everybody free and not have laws. On the other side, I think we're closer to that side, by the way, the other side, which is to incarcerate everyone, over incarcerate everyone, and screw up entire, you know, communities. So it's hard to know, and I don't know. I'm not a sociologist. I'm not, you know, an expert in this stuff, but it's fascinating from an observational perspective, but also deeply, deeply saddening, and you know, kind of plaintive kind of, you know, place to be.
Thank you. Welcome home, man.
Thank you, Trevor. The next person, we are going to be traveling to the far out solar system for this next speaker. They used to be a planet. Now they're a dwarf planet along with Ceres and other interstellar bodies. We have Pluto on the stage. Welcome to the stage, Pluto. Are you there, Pluto?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah.
All right. Martin, I was really curious on your what your opinion is on the state of DeFi right now and the cryptocurrency, especially with Uniswap V2 and V3, and especially SudoSwap and also NFTX. You really think there's anything else that can be pushed in the DeFi space, or does you feel like this is kind of the limit?
Yeah, I'm really happy to hear this question. I don't think we're at the limit. I mean, I think we have a long, 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 long way to go in sort of taking the entire financial apparatus and sort of blockifying it, or whatever you want to call it. I think, you know, I think Uniswap is the coolest thing. I started using Uniswap in prison. Um, the You know, it's hard to know exactly kind of where things will go, but if you look at some things like loans, I mean, loans are the central sort of product a bank offers, right? We have a long, long way to go with asset-backed loans and like, you know, sort of origination of loans. You know, right now we're sort of doing ABL, just basic asset-backed lending off of, you know, sort of ostensible values of crypto. But I think that, you know, I mean, that's simple margin loan product, right? You know, people have been doing that in finance for a long time, and it's sort of a good first place to be. But I think you're going to see a plethora of, you know, new things. I mean, one of the biggest loan markets is the mortgage market, and you know, could there actually be a way to sort of originate mortgage loans on the blockchain, or on a blockchain, or whatever you want to say? You know, and I think the answer is yes. You know, I don't know how. I wish I could figure that out. probably become wealthy or doing that. But maybe one of you guys will do it. But if you look at all of the loans and the different financial products that exist at the moment, like CDS, right? If you look at bonds, if you look at different sort of index things, like there are so many ways we can sort of do things with DeFi. I mean, I really like the idea of a stock backed sign of a stock backed coin, sort of like a stable coin. Like there should clearly be an Apple coin and a Tesla coin and things like that. And disintermediating the SEC is something the SEC would not like very much. It's probably something that Elon Musk would like a lot, and as would I. And I really think it's crazy. Like if you want to buy one share of Apple in America, you have to register with a broker. You have to give them your social security number. They can do a background check on you. If they don't like you, they can block you, right? So I've had a lot of trouble. I've actually had uh, while I was in prison, I had a brokerage account with over $50 million, and I couldn't get it. Couldn't get anybody to take it. And if you just think about how insane that is, like I understand I'm a felon, I'm a bad guy, whatever, but like a brokerage account isn't something that needs to be, kind of like monitored or like foreclosed on. It's sort of this autonomous thing, right? You just buy stocks or sell stocks. Like you can't really commit crime with it too easily. So the idea that I can't buy a share of Tesla without going through this U.S. SEC apparatus and this kind of broker dealer fiefdom and FINRA and all this stuff is kind of nuts. And I think there are people taking steps to break that silo and really destroy it forever, I hope. Why can't I trade Tesla at 9 o'clock? Why can't I trade it on Saturday? Why can't I trade it on Sunday? Why can't I trade it anytime I feel like? And there's good reasons that people will tell you. For instance, insider trading is an obvious one, amongst others. But I think that eventually we're going to see truly decentralized markets, and we're going to see more and more financial products that you see on Wall Street end up in DeFi. And my little silly blog that I write, that I wrote from prison, which I had time limits to write on. I had this only ASCII text editor. There's no copy and paste function. It's a really primitive little typewriter. But I used it to write this stupid blog on martinshkreli.com if you want to see it. I wrote that by like 2050 or something, that a DAO or a crypto company will actually acquire JP Morgan or Bank of America as like a tuck-in acquisition. So I think eventually you're going to see some crypto entity or some whatever DeFi entity be bigger than one of the banking behemoths. And I think we started to see that disintermediation and financial kind of innovation with PayPal and Square, but it's sort of stalling for whatever reason, and maybe we'll see it with Square, now called Block, I believe, by Jack Dorsey, who's obviously a brilliant guy and very innovative. So who knows what will happen? Maybe it'll be one of those companies, but it'll probably be a company that we haven't even created yet. And being able to trade any asset, anytime, anywhere in the world is where we're going to go to without any verification of who you are or why you're doing it. That's real freedom. Why can't somebody do that in another country? Why can't somebody do that wherever with no questions asked? And obviously we live in a freer world than we did 50 years ago, but I can imagine that there are still different biases that are being placed on people for having certain accounts, and sort of democratizing that would be great. So we'll see what happens.
All right, thank you, Pluto. Once again, I see that Cosmo de Medici is in the room. Your granddaughter, de Medici. I cannot see her. I cannot add her. So please log out and log back in. We'd be happy to have her on the stage, right? The next person on the stage is going to be the rock in which I build this space. Peter, you're on the stage. Are you there, Peter?
While we're figuring that out, I'm going to set a stop time. So instead of a actual time, I'm going to set it so that once we drop below 3,000 listeners, I'm going to call it a night. It's 3 a.m. over here. I'm very much enjoying this, but eventually all good things have to come to an end. We peaked at around 4,000, I think, and I think we've been holding steady. But if we drop below 3,000, I'm going to stop. But I promise not to stop until we do that. So we could be here a while.
I as well. I have a flight to catch, but I do have quite a few hours before I have to go to sleep before that. So, yeah, Peter, are you on the stage? Peter, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. Going once, going twice. And okay, the next person on the stage is going to be how about this? We're gonna oh no, I don't want to do that. It's gonna be Danny. How's it going, Danny? You're on the stage.
Hello.
Hey.
Congratulations on your release, and I'm sorry about the loss of your album.
Thanks, I guess. I'm not sure I lost the album, but we can talk about that later. I lost the physical copy.
Yeah, the idea of it. Anyway, I just wanted to ask, besides crypto and Web3, what are you going to be working on for yourself, whether it be like a hobby, a new skill you want to develop? I assume someone like you is always learning new things. What's something we might not know about that you're learning on or working?
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I wish there were more hours in a day, right? I think we all do. I'd learn everything. Uh, I've really always been really bad at physics and like mechanical engineering, so I've always wanted to catch up on that. It's just never been a field I cared about, and it's like maybe one last piece of science that I don't know much about. So that's kind of one thing I have in mind. I play a lot of music, so I've never really done it professionally, and I've been invited into a couple different, somewhat well-known bands. So unfortunately, the hard thing about this, right, is that to be successful in something, you have to give it your all, and I hate not giving it my all. So like, it's important to have hobbies and relax, but at the same time, I'm one of these people that's just really intense, and um, you know, taking time away from like some main vocation, is difficult for me to do. Having said that, like, we all have downtime, and I think maybe the answer would be music for me. But um, as a kid, I always thought I'd end up either being a computer programmer or being a guitarist, and I didn't really become either. So now is sort of a chance for me to do more computer stuff, more IT, software, whatever you call this new industry, crypto. But in all seriousness, the music is another sort of thing I'm really into, as you know, from different crazy music things I've done before.
Thank you. And one more thing. My friend just got his bachelor's degree from SDSU, and in his last class, they did an entire unit on price gouging, and they used you as the subject material. And he asked me who you were, and I told him to look you up himself. And him and his professor got in a fight, and he still graduated.
That's funny. Price gouging is very different from what I did. Price gouging is when you take advantage of a very specific dislocation due to some like force majeure, usually. In what I did was change the price of something from a very, very low, abnormally low price to a slightly less low price. And it seemed through mathematical sort of subterfuge that it was a lot because you raised something 50x. But I would challenge you to think about it like if there was a burger store, a burger place you inherited from your father, and he was selling burgers for 3 cents, and you raised the price to $3. Would you have really raised the price by 10,000%, or are you actually just normalizing the price of the burger? Now, would there be somebody called Burger Bro, and would CNBC, have a big problem with Burger Bro, and Burger Bro would get indicted because he didn't do his taxes on his burger franchise well, because he raised the prices up so much, they had to indict him. Is that kind of what would have unfolded? But you could understand that, well, burgers are $3 normally, so what the heck, that doesn't sound so bad. Um, but when you turn it into medicine, and medicine for an important disease, and if you turn it into kind of like all these different pain points, you may have a different opinion. But if you analyze it through that lens, I think, which is the lens I analyzed it through, which is arguably almost too rational, right? Like, I couldn't put myself in other people's shoes and understand that they're not going to think of it this way, so don't do it. They're not going to be as quote unquote rational as you. Now that's assuming, I'm right, which I could very well be wrong. I'm not going to say that my way of thinking about it's the only way to think about it. But, I really couldn't put myself in somebody else's position, which is sort of the defining feature, by the way, of, autism and other illnesses. So, nevertheless, I understood what was going to happen to some extent, but I certainly didn't appreciate how crazy it would get. And again, I felt like my economic rationale would, which is, based on hundreds of different, arguments I've made over, years and years defending myself, which I still fully believe in. I think people would get that, but people didn't. So, I actually had done the price increase thing 6 times before, and this was the only time that I got criticized for it, and it was around an election. So I raised the price of a drug called Viola by 20 times, which is 2,000 roughly percent, and I actually got more patients on the drug than ever were on it before. So it's a really funny thing. Like, price and access don't necessarily go hand in hand. And again, that's something that you wouldn't know if you weren't in pharmaceuticals, maybe. It's not the normal supply demand curve where you raise price and demand goes down. It's pretty inelastic. So, in any event, it's all a lot of like convoluted arguments, and people just want the quick, the quick hit. This guy's a scumbag. That's the easy kind of, you know, let's get angry at him. It's fun to get angry at somebody. We can all agree to hate him. Like that's a really quick, like outrageous thing to do. And it's the harder thing to do is to be kind and to try to think and openly and to try to be kind of a little bit more open minded. But again, I don't blame somebody for thinking that way. And if that's the way you want to go about things in life, then you're entitled to it.
If I can answer for the people, you asked us a question earlier. You said we'd have to answer for why we like you. I would say it's because most people understand what you just said. They've gone into it, they've looked at it, and they've chose to become a fan of yours. They understand your goblin mode, the character you put on, and who you really are. And that is why we've chose to like you and become a fan of you, because of the things you say versus how they paint you kind of just makes you you're a man for the people.
Well, I really appreciate it. Again, if somebody doesn't feel that way, that's totally fine. It doesn't bother me, and you can certainly curse me out if you feel like it.
Well, I will not be doing that. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Danny. The next person up, I see a lot of NFTs, avatars at the top of the page.
I believe they're called Miladies.
Yes, yes.
And we should have Milords coming soon, I think. So.
Yes, indeed. It will be a sort of feudal kingdom with miladies and milords presiding over the DeFi space.
And Shkrelis, hopefully.
Shkreli's, yes, yes. This will be the next movement. Okay, so Hustler, Mr. Panda, you're on the stage.
Martin, what's going on?
Hey.
Hey, man. Just I sent you a DM, and but just welcome back. I don't really have a question for you, bro. You and I used to banter a lot back in the day on Twitter before prison. And is he still there? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say what's up and welcome back.
What?
What's that? I didn't hear you.
No, I said thank you a lot. I really appreciate it.
I guess I don't have a question like DeFi and all that stuff. What's the biggest lesson? What's the biggest lesson in prison? Like, what was your biggest take from it?
In terms of like growth, self-growth or something like that, or in terms
sure,
of
sure.
Yeah, I think oh yeah, I have a good one. I didn't say yet. So I think as I was going through this process and like being defiant and being like, no, fuck you guys, if you fuck with me, I'll get the best lawyers and I'll take this case to trial and I'll beat you, and like beating my chest and like trying to be a superhero. What I didn't realize is that my family was suffering, and that I was being really selfish, quite frankly, being really like pigheaded about something where like I was hurting my family and not realizing it. And it took a while for me to realize, like, going to jail for 4 years means I have 4 less years to spend with my mom and dad, who don't have infinite number of years to sort of give to me. So it was really sort of thinking more than just yourself. And again, I think I was really selfish and not very humble, and I forgot sort of meaning and purpose. Spending time with my brother, losing some years to do that. I think it was really, really terrible, and I feel like a jerk for having done it. I didn't feel like a jerk at the time because I felt like I was doing this like, really I guess like, powerful, like, I'm standing up to the government, screw them, I'm gonna, take them on and beat them, like, and knowing full well I was gonna lose, but also being like, yeah, I went toe to toe with these guys and didn't give an inch, like that's all good for me, but it's not good for my family, and it really hurt us. And paradoxically, it did bring us closer together than we've ever been. But I could see the pain that it caused, and I really, regret doing that. So, or truly honest
No, I
answer there, honest and vulnerable.
yeah, no, I love it. I love it. And back before the prison days, you and I would go back and forth and banter. Are you bringing back that character? You just kind of mellow out
Um,
and
yeah, I think it depends on the situation. Like, I love, for whatever reason, I love to troll. Like, I think
I
it's,
know it, bro. I know you. You used to troll
I
me a
think
lot.
I think it's fun. For whatever reason, I do think it's fun to sort of take people who are really, really high strung and make fun of them. And like, there's a couple of people on Twitter, especially, who are like outraged by everything and like, really, really, just nuts. And like, if you can pull somebody's leg a little bit on somebody like that and like do it, I think, more nicely and more playfully, without the venom and the vindictiveness that maybe I used before, would be just fine. I think I'm gonna kind of cool off on like, really punching below the belt, which I think is where things go wrong. When you start like really going ham on, people's personal life, like you end up receiving what you get, in return. And it just like kind of that old saying, like, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, but I think you can be sort of, you can sort of use satire and kind of, get a little bit of fun out of it while not, completely, setting the world on fire.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, I appreciate you being up here and giving your time. And
Thanks a lot.
hopefully, I can introduce you to a not okay bear if you haven't
Yeah,
heard about it yet.
I would love that.
Yeah, have you heard about not okay bears yet?
Of course.
Oh man, I'm so glad you're back, bro. I sent you a DM.
Cool.
All right, bro.
All right, Hustler. Thank you
Brah,
very much.
brah.
Yeah. So the next person that we're gonna have up, let's bring in a really dark horse, so to speak. Leonhard Euler, you're on the stage with Martin.
It's pronounced Euler, actually.
Euler, yes.
Is this Mr. Euler from hundreds of years ago? Pretty sure that e to the I to pi does not equal 1 or -1, but maybe you could shed some
Leonhard,
light.
are you on the stage?
Euler was one of the most brilliant mathematicians of all time. It's really unfortunate we're not going to be able to hear from him.
Yes, his brilliance is immobilizing his capacity for speech.
Well, he's hundreds of years old, so I think that goes without saying, right?
Indeed. All right, next person here. The next person, a similar dark horse, is going to be on. There's a lot of people in here. Here we go. We're gonna get wrecked, Mr. Wrecked City on the stage. You're here with Martin. Mr. Wrecked, do you have any question? Do you want to get wrecked by Martin?
Yeah. Get wrecked, bro.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Martin. I'm wondering, since you've been in the trading business, what do you see as like the general macro cycle for like the USD relative to Bitcoin? I think I caught you saying earlier about like, yeah, it could go up to $500,000 or something, but as a store of value, it's not that interesting. Do you think that government's going to keep going back to QE and it's just going to be like inflate the debt away, or are they really going to tax the billionaires? They're going to get this kind of Ponzi-nomics under control? Like, I was wondering if you had any thoughts there.
Yeah, these are really great questions. I don't know the answers, of course. I don't think anybody does. I do have a problem with, kind of what the monetary policy that we have in our country and kind of where we're going with it. But I also, think inflating the debt away and doing stuff like that is not the worst solution, I guess. So it's really interesting if you look at Switzerland, which is a place where I've domiciled some of my companies and other things. This is a country that guards its currency value like a hawk, and it's very fascinating to look at the really long term chart of the USD versus the CHF, which is the Swiss franc, and I do think there's a lot of value in having something that you agree on a priori that, this is going to have a fixed supply. And you have that with Bitcoin, right? But you also have that with other cryptos that have other utilities. So I think that you're going to have that benefit get diminished over time by things like Algorand or things like Solana that just sort of eat away at the competitiveness of Bitcoin, since you can't put assets on another layer on Bitcoin, or at least people aren't doing it. Um, so I think that that benefit is obvious, but that the downside is you're gonna have this slow erosion of like the so-called flippening or whatever, where Ether is worth more than Bitcoin, and again, it's hard for it not to happen given all the use cases for Ether. So again, whether Ether can keep rocking and rolling or not, I don't know. Whether some of the other would-be Ether killers come out and kill it, I don't know. But I think you know there it all sort of looks difficult for Bitcoin to sort of exist 10, 20, 50 years from now, like other than as an artifact of a time long past where we used or this mysterious figure created this really interesting industry, and it was brought out from nothing into something huge. Or I'm wrong, and we're gonna have Bitcoin 50 or 100 years from now, and we're not gonna have dollar. I don't know. I wish I knew, or I'd put all my money in Bitcoin if I knew, or I'd short it if I didn't. So I think there's one serious existential risk, though, of cryptography. So I think that there's some chance that Bitcoin could sort of have a huge problem from a cryptographic perspective. I won't sort of go into details, but I have some concerns that you're going to have basically a a problem with elliptic curve cryptography at some point. I'm not certain of that, by the way, but I do think that there's some existential risk from a security perspective on Bitcoin. But I'll leave those thoughts to myself.
Thank you, Mr. Recht. Finally, we have Sia. Sia has been requesting for a while. Her fans as well been requesting that she come up on the stage, and yeah, she's finally here. I can finally see her. So, welcome to the stage.
Hello?
You're on the stage with
Oh,
Martin.
hi. We're
Hey.
talking?
Yeah.
Oh, so this is great. I walked into my boyfriend's have a house, but we have separate bedrooms because I'm neurodivergent and he's a doctor. So, I have to be up at all hours and being weirdo, and I'm into Web3, and he got me into it. But yeah, I was like, oh, what's this? And I started listening to what you were talking about, and I found it really interesting. A lot of different things because like in terms of ENS names, like I'm bonusmum.f because it's just a nice like way for people. I can say to people, yeah, here, like I can give them art, or they can give me art in NFTs on OpenSea or whatever. We can share art like that. And also because I'm an anonymous person, because I like have um, difficulties with uh, um, overstimulation and all that sort of stuff, and being outside of the house and stuff. But I'm really into this Web3 world and being a nerdy birdie. And I
Yeah.
just, so I walked in onto this on your conversation. I said, oh, who's this guy? And so I have no fully formed like position on you, but I like the way you've been handling yourself, and I've really enjoyed listening to you talk about like how it's interesting when people say like, why do people like you? Like, why do you think people like yourself, and having to prove that, or and then having people say that you had people from Billboard, Billboard artists saying that they'd like to support you, but they couldn't because they would get cancelled. And I've been cancelled a number of times just for saying things that I felt were true in my heart. Um, and so I just feel like we're sort of like we're it was like a if this is a matrix, that the merging, that I walked into the room when you were talking, went on Twitter Spaces, when my boyfriend was listening to you on Twitter Spaces, that that there's something for us to be having a discussion about, just about, well, first of all, like unnatural selection, and then I became obsessed with Josiah Zayner and his radical ideas about CRISPR and how it should be democratized and not privatized, and it should be like the
Yeah.
FDA things should be approved. And I was thinking, how can I do something to help? So maybe we could do it in international waters, and I could
I love it. Yeah.
and I was thinking, oh, and I'll use Web3 somehow to make money, like by doing NFT projects and musical projects or NFT projects to make money, and then we'll open a bunch of like proper, really well like ethical like clinics in the Dominican Republic where it's legal. But then we'll take ships out into international waters, and we'll bring all kids or adults out that have never had sight or have those MS things, and just do the FDA approved ones that have been approved, but that are expensive. But we would just finance that with the goodness of the I basically want to be a philanthropist, a philanthropist for the rest of my life. Like I've achieved a lot of things being a singer, and I've gone through a lot of weird experiences, and then I made a movie about autism, and I got shit bagged for it. Because I got
Oh wow.
called an ableist, and then I later found out that I'm actually neurodivergent myself. And and when people would say to me, "What?" Because they would say, "What?" Like I'm making a movie about autism. It was called Music, and I'd say, "Why'd you make a movie about autism?" And I'd go, "I just don't know." and only later did I realize, it was because I had felt like I feel a connection to people who are locked in and who long for connection. And so
Yeah.
that whole idea of you being in prison, and that it being like, it depends on who you are and how it affects you.
Right.
It to probably based on your neurodiversity as well. But yeah,
Yeah, totally.
I'm
Like,
like, I'm just curious because like so there's the ENS names that I think they're fun and silly just to have, because
totally.
if it becomes possible in the future, you can just say, yeah, like bonusmum.eth, if you want to give me anything, you can just drop it in there or whatever. And
Yeah, they're kind of like the old. I don't know if you remember AOL screen names. Like, you had just have like a handle where you
yeah,
could say, yeah, that's where you can drop whatever you
yeah,
want.
and a simple one that's memorable. And I like to like I like to think of myself as well, I've had a really interesting weird life, and so I've just started like a kind of empire called See a Safe Place. And um
Cool.
yeah, and and so and it's like starting with music and NFTs and stuff, but it's like see a safe place. It's like, come join me at see a safe place, blah 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 blah, la 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 la. You can be angry, you can be sad, you can be happy and mad, you can be worried, but it's okay because we'll all do it together, because we'll never have to do it alone, because you'll be at Sia's safe
I think I'm
place.
asking on behalf of the audience. I think everyone's curious on when the Sia Shkreli collaboration album is coming out. Is that in the works?
Well,
I'm open to collab. I'm open to everything. I'm just like really interested in this new world and learning about it. And I
Yeah.
want to basically start a children's. I decided like I didn't know who I wanted to be after I got shitbagged and dragged for my movie, which I was trying to just like I made a white woman the problem and a black man the solution, and I was trying to integrate disability into the world, and it was a musical, and it was but I cast a neurotypical person playing a neuroatypical person because in her dreams she was able to dance and sing, and it was how I imagined autism to be, the plus sides, how as a gift and a curse. um,
Yeah,
and
I know exactly what you're talking
y-
about. A lot of people
yeah,
think I'm autistic.
yeah, I'm sure. Like, I think the reason we're talking now is that because I call them blurples because I have synesthesia. So I like collect blurples along the way. So like when I was
Oh
listening
wow.
to you talk, I was like, oh, he's a blurple, and it's that's the color of people that are neurodivergent or neurodiverse in some way. Um,
That's awesome.
um, but yeah, so after I got shit canned for that movie, and it even got nominated for a Golden Globe, and then got dragged because I got called ableist because I cast a girl that was that was neurotypical as a neuroatypical character. Um, it was a very painful, difficult time. I felt like I'd been gaslit, and I was confused, and I was like, but hang on, this is acting, and I was just trying to tell a story, and I didn't know why I was trying to tell the story, and of course now I know why I was trying to tell the story because now I've had a proper full diagnosis um, of being moderately to severely autistic myself. um, but anyway, Web3 has just changed my life over the last couple of years. My boyfriend got me into it. He got me into NFTs. I'd always been into crypto. I'd bought in early, oh, well, not that early, but 2017 in crypto. And then I remember watching Unnatural Selection on Netflix, um, which was about all the CRISPR stuff, and I really liked Josiah Zayner's like radical, um, uh, the way he's he wanted it to be democratized and not so expensive, because it seemed like it was being privatized and just like no one can afford to get their site back and no one can
So, I hate to cut you off,
yeah.
Sia, and it's really great to have you in the space. But I think some other people are either asking what exactly the question is,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Yeah,
because we have
Okay.
a lot of people in the.
I'm
well,
curious.
we don't. Yeah, we don't have to make it a question format. Like, I
Oh,
just
sure,
wanted to.
sure, yeah. People can just vibe.
Yeah, I was
I
just
think,
gonna
yeah.
say one or two things. Like, so a huge fan of your music.
Oh, thanks.
So thanks for that. And two, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Being neuroatypical or neurodivergent. Myself. I mean, it's hard to put everyone in the same box of mental states, and kind of like what normative behavior and normative thinking is. And I think it's amazing for you to be brave and sort of talk about the way you think about things, because if we all thought the same, and I've seen some sort of mean comments in the chat, and I just wanted to say that, like, if we didn't have people like Sia or Van Gogh or people that thought a little bit differently from the rest of us, we wouldn't have art, and we wouldn't have kind of this creative thinking. We probably wouldn't even have Satoshi either. It takes a really true genius to think so outside of the box.
Well, and
And
the great news is I'm 1 year clean from social media, so I don't actually look at any of the responses.
that's awesome.
I just my boyfriend, he filters everything for me, and he'll tell me if anything nice like comes up that he thinks I should know about, that's like that might actually be valuable and kind and make me feel good. But yeah, apart from that, I just sort of tend to walk in on some Twitter spaces, or I occasionally I tweet from my Bianca Medici account, which is one of my like pseudonyms for my crypto art NFT stuff. That because I've been buying crypto. I've been buying NFTs since August of last year, but yeah, the identity thing and the whole like fear of being cancelled and stuff like that. I have that. It was a horrible time when I got like if so I I'll probably just for talking to you I'll probably get lots and lots of hate messages or whatever, and I don't even know who you are or what we're but I admire the fact that like you're just open to having this conversation, and that you seem to be someone who served time for having like maybe conversations about something to do with CRISPR or something to do with and what is insider trading, like, and when does it become insider trading? These are all interesting questions to me. I find. Can you speak on any of those things?
Yeah, I mean, these are fascinating topics, and I've just really enjoyed hearing you talk. I know that some people feel like it's all over the place, but the reason that is we've just spent the last like 5 hours doing a question and answer format, and it's kind of gotten a little tiring. So I'm actually happy you broke it up with your own thoughts on things, because this whole idea of Twitter Spaces is not just everybody ask me a question and I give an answer. That's been fun, but this is more fun, and I actually would love to have more people sort of come in and have a widespread discussion. So thank you for contributing. And
Yay!
yeah, so I made a new friend. But
Yes, I know we'll have to definitely do something offline. I'll have you over for dinner or something. I'm based in LA.
Cool.
Have you over and just talk to you. I'm just good. I will be in New York for NFT LA. I mean NFT New York. Um,
Cool.
but yeah, I'm a big dork, and I really am loving to just learn about things. And I think we're at such this important moment in this world where the world, it's right at this axis where it could tilt either way. And Web3, I know I sound like a big, huge nerd, but I believe we could end world poverty if we do the right thing, if we manage
Yeah,
it.
totally. I mean, one thing there's this guy, I'm sure you know of him, Vitaly Buterin, who created
Yes.
Ethereum, but he also created this thing called Proof of Humanity, which is a
Yes.
basic, yeah. If you're not on it, you might want to consider getting on it. It would really propel the
Yeah.
project forward.
I actually have my own NFT project that I've been working on for about 8 months now, and so we're using some of those protocols so we can fuck the bots. And
Oh, amazing.
so you'll have proof of humanity to be able to buy one of my they're called souls.
Oh, great.
And they have little personalities, and if you touch them too much they'll go stuff like that, and they're first sort of three-dimensional, and they have audio, and you can study to them, and they're available to you can have them as a screensaver, and they're for the whole public. But then also you can have the stems, which is my vocals. I'm making them available to the entire world, so that people who wouldn't ordinarily get a chance to maybe submit like a track or a track to me or to any pop star, but wants to be a musician, can take all of the stems, which are the ahs and the e's and the ahs, that I'm making available on the page 2 of the Souls Galaxy website. Um, uh, I'm making them available to them, and then the Souls owners are going to choose the top 500 of the best songs that they think, and then we'll give all those 500 people an NFT that commemorates that they were good enough to be in the top 500. Then we'll get them to get the Souls owners to whittle it down to the top 100, and then we'll get them to whittle it down to the top 50, and then I'll choose, because research has shown that everyone eventually we just go into the middle, and that what has managed to make me able to do things a little bit more forward thinking is just my guts and intuition or something. And so I'll have the final say on which tracks we use, and then I'll write lyrics to it. And then those young kids or old kids or people who wouldn't have had opportunities, they can they'll get the publishing, 50% of the publishing. And so it's a way to give back to my fans. And then also I'm giving away 1,000 of my NFTs to my like really hardcore fans, um, and um, and uh, and then I'm starting a children's. I've decided out my next thing's gonna be I'm gonna be like a Mr. Rogers Sesame Street type person, because I've realized after my assessment and realizing that and being diagnosed as neuroatypical and really becoming myself and learning that I was really myself and stopping looking like doing social media blackout and realizing I could be happy without having to listen to all of the haters and mean things that people would say, um, that I can live a beautiful life. I decided I want to transition into children's things, so now it's called Sears Safe Place.
Do we maybe, for the kind of free flowing convo, do we want to maybe bring up some other people to kind
Yeah,
of
let's
ask Sia and you some questions?
Yeah.
let's go out with a bang. Yeah.
Sure. So I'm just gonna kind of pick people at random here.
But I really did enjoy talking about all this stuff. And the thing about this space that's interesting, I was just going to say, the thing about the space that's really interesting is like you really can't like encapsulate the huge amount of things in this field into one or two quick conversations. Like it's so expansive.
Hi guys.
Yes. Hi, who's that?
Hi, this is Crypto. I'm another Aussie. Hi, nice to meet you, Sia. And thanks for bringing me up, Gordon. Hey, Martin.
Nice to meet you, Crypto.
Thanks so much for your conversations. It's just been such a lightness to this conversation. I think everyone's been really interested to hear about your journey. I had a little bit of an analysis if you wanted to hear it, Martin.
I'd love to.
Go for it.
So we were talking about like why people are interested in like all of the kind of conversation today, and obviously lots of people are throwing a bit of hate. And so I think that, in my opinion, it's probably because you're someone who came from a position where you were educated and you had major money, and then you came up against that federal resistance, and whether you want to call it persecution or prosecution. And so there's some kind of like morbid curiosity of how someone can go from where you were to jail, and then now seeing like where you're coming out of it and seeing where your mind's at with these things. So I think a lot of the crypto crowd are people who might relate to that. And also we're in a bear market, so we're bored. So it seems like people are treating you like a bit of an oracle at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a good analysis. What can I say? Like I was saying earlier, though, it's really hard to
you're just
talk.
very graceful. It's
Oh,
very
thank you.
yeah, just very graceful the way. I mean, I don't really know what happened to you, so because I'd walked in pretty late on the conversation, but I do know that you went to jail for 4 years, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And for like what did they say you did?
It was a financial crime.
Right. And so is that considered like maybe insider trading or something?
Yeah, something similar to that. It was fraud.
Yeah, and it's like when, because I'm curious about that too. Like, when does it become, like, when you're talking to your friends about art that you like or NFTs that you like,
Right,
like,
totally. It's
when
one of the
does it
hardest
become,
things.
when does it become fraud? Like, when does it become insider trading? It's and trying to stay clean and above board and not
Right.
get, I don't want to go to jail, Daddy. I'd
It's
imagine it
about
was very
intention,
nice.
right?
Yeah.
Like,
I
I
think
mean,
I think
like,
it is about it is about intention, but one of the problems is how do you determine somebody's intention? You
Exactly.
know?
It sounds like you had you had good intentions, but you got fucked over.
Yeah, I was acquitted on all the charges that were require having a bad intent, and then there was 3 charges that intent doesn't matter. So
Right.
sometimes in the law, even if you have good intent, you can still go to jail. So it's really tricky and hard to kind of parse sometimes. But life happens. I mean, we've all had good things happen to us, bad things happen to us, and you just kind of have to keep going.
Yes, that's one of my sayings is I love you, keep going.
Yeah, I think we're definitely in the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think like the next step of all of this, like, Sia, you're talking. I think that like you kind of we're talking about a bit of fear there on like whether you'll do the wrong thing. I think if you navigate this space in a way that's mindful and like trying to do the right thing, and yeah, Martin, like obviously there are some things that you can always do wrong, but that's why we have base levels of KYC. And I, as a libertarian, I know that you're probably not super into KYC, but I think if we were to have like a model of KYC as a pseudonym, that might be a step in the right direction. It's probably something I've talked about a fair few times on how you can create a system that verifies things like whether it be qualifications or whether it be experience in an industry, and then copy that across into some measure of trust and
Yeah.
validation and
Yeah.
regulation.
I think I might be a libertarian. I didn't know what that was, but I googled it, and I might be because. But what I'm going to do with all my Web3 projects is that 20% of everything is going to go back into a seed fund to try and help finance other good projects that will do good in the world, and then um and then let's say maybe I'll give them 100K from my seed fund that my voters can vote on, the owners of my NFTs can vote on which ones they think are good, and then 20% they can go and start their charitable philanthropic business, and then 20% of theirs will go back straight up into the seed fund again, and then they also can start financing philanthropic projects like 3 at a time, like, so for every 100 grand I give away, maybe they have to give away 300 grand.
Are you trying to decentralize decentralization, Sia?
Something like I want to basically make a safe microcosm. So you know how like Twitter and or not Twitter, but Facebook that and Instagram, they own all our information. Well, like I want it to be like, so at dot souls, let's say, like you could register as a member of the dot souls community, and that's your proof of humanity. And I will say, if you're a part of my community, you're protected. Like, we don't share your information. And so that's why it's another reason why it's called Sia's Safe Place. Does that make
I
sense?
love that. Yeah, 100%. It's all about privacy and that, like, data privacy. And there's a reason why we're all PFPs on here, right? We don't want to, for whatever reason, show who we are and what we're doing with our lives. And
Yeah,
I think I'd
we
feel
want
safe in Sia's safe place.
we want to be good people, and like I think that there's this, like, we're at this very very important time in the world where it's been such a hideous last 5 years, and like there's this real magic opportunity if we can tilt the axis towards um, love and democracy, and and if Web3 can push through and not get fucked by privatization and all that sort of stuff, I really think that we can end world poverty and the world can become a better place, and like all this horrible QAnon stuff will stop. And I don't know, like, it's a dream. It's a dream.
Martin, where do you stand on QAnon?
Oh God, me?
Yeah.
Oh come on, that's such a crazy. It's such a crazy thing. There's nothing to really say about it. But one thing I want to say is a kind of closing remark because it's 4 a.m. over here. And
Yeah.
I should get some rest. Is
Yeah.
it's amazing how you've had this great career in entertainment and music and touched so many lives, and now this kind of very like boring development in software that's supposed to be this really nerdy, like almost irrelevant to anyone other than the most hardcore software programmers, has leapt out of the page and into millions of people's lives, including yourself, to the point where people are now thinking about software to solve problems all around the world, and people who are not programmers, people who are not necessarily developers. And
Yeah,
it's amazing that you've kind of taken the bull by the horns and decided to do all this, and I think a lot of other people have done the same, whether it be Paris Hilton or
yeah,
whomever. And it's just such an awesome thing to see, as a software guy, so to speak. Like,
yeah. I
it's
think we're
cool to
in the
see
main
it.
like heart warriors or heart soldiers, and we're all like in this together, and like we're all gonna make it, and that if we hold hands and we do it together, and if we can try and just use our like platform for good, that we might be able to make a difference. You just never know.
I think we have already, right? Look at all these people listening to this conversation. I think everyone's really interested. And I think that, Martin, like what you've been through, and Sia, what you've been through, there's some commonality there. So maybe that's why you get along so well.
Well, I love you guys. I'm gonna go pee and change my dog's diaper. Um, but you guys, are all rad, and I've enjoyed listening to everybody's, questions and answers, and I really think you're very graceful the way that you've uh, uh, answered all the questions, Martin. Very non-confrontational, and yeah, I'm really impressed. I'm just impressed by you as a person, and I don't know you at all. So but yeah, my guts say that you're a blurple, which is obviously again my synesthesia, that says you're a neurodivergent, like good person. You're a
That's
blur.
awesome.
so
Thank you so much. All
so
right.
Yeah, as a sort of
Hey,
closing remark,
I,
I know
hey,
you're going to give a, but in any event, I haven't spoken to you, Martin, since early 2017, and when I created this room, I thought, maybe there's like a 0.001% chance that Martin actually comes in here, but I think it's been a very good room, and I think
Yeah, great
you've
job,
really been
man.
able,
Hey,
yeah,
Martin, I had one quick question,
Everyone
real
should thank.
quick.
I think
Did,
we're done,
did,
man.
did you
Everyone.
right click save your Martin Milady?
Um, what?
Did you right click?
Hey,
you can
Martin,
give your closing remarks.
just want to say thanks for
Yeah,
being
thank
here
you.
and talking. Good to see you out, man.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone. Have a great night. Thank you, Sia, for coming through too. And
yeah.
we'll see you next time.
Yeah, keep it going. I love everybody. Keep going.
Oh,
Look,
Bye.
and Bob Laxative is away, by the way. He has your .eth, Martin.
Oh,
But he
cool.
should be back after like 30 days.
oh yeah,
Great.
He's a good guy.
I bought all the .eths of my friends' kids and stuff just to give them as presents, so that it would be easy one day for them, instead of,
That's awesome.
maybe when it's like, oh yeah, you want to get wallets and stuff. I don't know. I just thought it might be handy one day. I also bought I am loved and I am abundant, and I bought all of the affirmations and stuff so I could
Wow.
friends, and I could do some sort of charitable thing with that as well, and just have them being handed around, and the royalty would go into some sort of charitable fund. Um, but yeah, and like it would be like, you please list this for like point oh, like for 0.1 eth, and you can just sell it amongst your friends, and but it's just a way to be charitable and groovy. But anyway, so yeah, lots of ideas. But I love you. Go to sleep. It was real fun. Thanks for.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I finally managed to get on. It took us a lot of technological
Sorry. Yeah.
fuckery, but it was really fun. And I'm really glad we got to talk. And it's fun to kind of be outing myself as a Web3 nerd.
Yeah. Awesome. Have a great night.
You too.
Have a great night, everybody, and I hope you enjoyed it. And the
Thanks,
reason
Jordan.
that the room was not recorded, I think it's fairly obvious. We're living in the moment here. So, all
Yeah.
right, thanks so much, Martin. I think people really got to see kind of fuller picture of yourself, one that I experienced and one that anyone who's talked to you in person has gotten. So I think that was quite good. So
Cool.
Thanks everybody and have a good night.
Good
Yeah,
night.
take care. Good night, everybody.
Good
You
night.
rock.